We are live. Hello. I don't think there's anybody in here yet, but hello.
Yeah, in the live comments. But hi.
So,
version of a drunk live show.
We thought after the chaos that was the beginning of our live show for the Merry Bookmas Readathon, that turns out was all Clint's doing. He he's hiding now. Yes, Clint was the cause of the echo. Clint was the cause of the no sound. But we got it all fixed, and so now we can hear him, and there's no echo.
Yay! Hey, I don't know if the other part was my fault. My laptop refixed itself onto a different thing. I didn't do that.
Well, either way, we got it all fixed. So now we can just relax and hang out. And I am like so bright right now. I think my lights are too much. I see Tigger. Hi, Tigger.
Ooh, that's actually really good.
What are you drinking?
Andre California sparkling wine.
All right, then.
Tea. It was bought for me by my aunt for my birthday, and I never touched it. So, hey. That was back in July. Hey.
We have somebody watching us. Whoever is on here now, say hello in the comments.
That way I can see if these comment things work.
Yeah.
Keys.
So,
I see nothing.
Well, nobody has said anything yet. I can just see how many viewers. Oh, it's Barbara.
Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Barbara. So we just had our Merry Bookmas live show with Jessica Brody.
Where we discussed that.
Yeah, the beginning part of our live show was a little chaotic, but I'm working on getting that part removed from the video so that it's just chatting with Jessica and all of that. But we thought we would do a little hangout, and we can talk about anything now, really. It's just we wanted, while we were doing the Merry Bookmas Readathon live show, to really focus on the book and not get sidetracked and all that, since we had the author with us.
Because of me.
Do it.
Like we normally do, because of me.
Well, I mean, I like
to go on tangents.
Well, I mean, I like to chat about anything and everything anyway. But
well, we know I suffer from ooh shiny squirrel.
Same. But that is really good. We wanted to have this time afterwards where whoever could talk about whatever they wanted to talk about, ask us questions. Doesn't have to be about the readathon. It can be about the readathon. It could be about the group book. It doesn't have to be. It could just be about life. Just kind of sitting and chilling and hanging out with all of you for now. So I guess we could start out with, as far as the readathon goes, how did everybody do? Clint, how did you do?
I am 3 out of 12 so far, but I am in the middle of 3 books. So I just started today. I just started In the Hall with the Knife. That's the clue mystery one.
Mm-hmm.
At the author, and so far I'm liking it. It may be just a little too much on the nose to the game. Like it's like automatically like let's throw in a piece from the board game. And I'm in the middle of Let It Snow and Northern Lights. So, and I just downloaded the audiobook to Landline to listen to on my car ride to Mom's house tomorrow for Christmas stuffies. But so, I have finished 3.
So Barbara asks if we can give a recommendation for an upbeat transgender book. Okay, so I can
I
only think
haven't read a transgender book, and the only one that comes to mind I don't want to recommend because of the controversy with said author.
well, there are three books that I can think of with transgender characters. Two of them, the main character is transgender, and one of them, there's a small side character that is transgender. So the two with the main character, we have "If I Were Your Girl" and we have "Birthday." Both are by Meredith Russo.
Which was one of the ones I was going to mention, but the controversy with Meredith Russo.
What controversy with her?
With her ex-wife coming out and saying, like, I don't want to. There's speculation about her beating her ex-wife and a lot of other controversy. Like, I read the full article, and the article kind of like the things she was saying because the wife released all the text messages. Just kind of didn't sound.
I have not heard anything about all that, so I'll have to look into that.
Didn't really.
But the other book, do it.
Like, just doesn't sound kosher to me. I'm gonna mute this chat over here because I know they're gonna be chatting for like hours.
The other book that I would recommend, and this is just a small side character, is "Death Prefers Blondes" by Caleb Roerig. There's so many different diverse characters in this book. And yes, there's transgender, there's bi, there's gay. We definitely have drag queens, and yes.
Gotta love us drag queens.
The main character is a girl that's socialite by day, but by night she leads a group of drag queen cat burglars to pull off these big heists. It's amazing. I freaking love that book. It was one of my favorite books of 2019 and highly recommend it.
Which is on my booktuber recommendations list by a book recommended by you.
Oh, yes.
I'm hoping to do a series of videos where I choose a couple of books that have been recommended to me by other booktubers or other people that I have found on Twitter. Because I think I have one on there that I don't think she has a channel, but the books she suggested just sounded interesting. I don't remember what book that was.
Hi, pretty lady Tabby. Barbara says she can separate author from story. I'm trying to help my grandson who is transitioning to female, so thank you. You're welcome. What the main character in "Birthday" and "If I Were Your Girl"?
Then those would be really good ones.
They're both boys transitioning to girls, or you know what I mean.
M to F. Male to
female. There are upbeat parts, but there are also really emotional parts as well. Both of those stories, and some of the things are fictional and don't actually apply. Like "If I Were Your Girl," the main character has had surgeries to transition, but they're also only like 16 or something like that, which I think you actually have to be 18 or over to transition.
It depends on the doctor and depends on their hormone levels and their mental state.
But I think there was something in there that's not possible, but they made it for the book. And it does touch on, in "If I Were Your Girl," it does touch on our main character does suffer some bullying in regards to being transgender. But both books were really good. I think I gave both of them 5 stars. I really loved those books. They were very, very moving. And though I don't know the controversy involved with the said author, I do know that one, the author is from where I live, and two, the author is transgender as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's just, I read the article and that kind of was like, I had Birthday on my list to buy one day, and I read the article and I was like, I'm gonna get the book from the library for right now until I look more into this.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about keeping author and works separate, Harry Potter.
Oh my God, truth.
I mean, I love Harry Potter, but there's definitely drama with that author.
No comment. Same could be said with like someone like Orson Scott Card, and I think Pictatious Lore, he had controversy. I know Beautiful Creatures, not Cami Garcia, but the other author in Beautiful Creatures, had controversy at one point.
Yeah, with both of those books, If I Were Your Girl and Birthday, it does show both sides. So in If I Were Your Girl, the main character has just moved from, I think it's around Atlanta where her mother lives, and is going to live with her father in Tennessee, and has already transitioned and is now living as a female, and wants to just kind of keep her head down and stay out of the spotlight, doesn't want to really be noticed at this new place, and just kind of wants to get through high school, and ends up making great friends and ends up falling for a boy. And at some point the secret comes out, and there is the dealing with that, but then there's also the dealing with all the people that are accepting and appreciating this person for who they are now. And then in Birthday, our main character, well, there's two. We have the one that's transgender, and then the best friend that has feelings they don't understand for their best friend. They've grown up their entire lives together. This boy knows he's straight, and he's dated girls and is only attracted to girls, but at the same time has feelings for the best friend. The best friend has also been in love with them for their whole life, and has always been afraid to let their friend know that they are transgender, that they were born into the wrong body. And that kind of explains why this person has those feelings, possibly because they're seeing them as the female that they were meant to be.
Also, When the Moon Was Ours, I've heard that was a really good one by Anna Marie McLemore.
Mm-hmm.
That it represents transgenders in a really good light.
Hi, Melissa. She says hi from Houston, Texas.
Hey, that's not that far from me. That's like a 5-hour drive from me.
That's like really far from me. I don't know how far to Houston, Texas is from me. I'm curious. I think it's really far.
Yeah, I know Fort Worth is at least 4 hours, depending on how you drive. If you drive like me, it's 4 hours. If you hit traffic,
that was a maniac.
You should see my car. It'll explain.
Let's see. I'm mapping out Houston, Texas from my house.
Trying to think of any other ones that come to mind. So I'm like researching right now.
12 hours.
That's not that bad.
12 and a half hours from my house to Houston, Texas. Bad enough. That's a long drive. Which I have done before, not to Houston, Texas, but like when I drive down to Miami, it takes me that long.
I know I Wish You All the Best by Mason Deaver deals with non-binary transgenders, because non-binary, my understanding with non-binary, which is something I'm still learning thanks to Rhiannon and Jesse, two other booktubers that have like brought non-binary to the forefront. But I've heard the Mason Deaver's I Wish You All the Best deals really well with covering non-binary, which is a lot similar to. I am really bad at speaking right now. I hope that made any sort of sense.
Barbara says that she's never viewed you before, but she's going to add to. She said, we're being very helpful. Her family is very supportive of all their members, some being gay, trans, mixed race. And she says, it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. And if you want any book recommendations, I can give you a whole list of those because I read a lot of those. But I'm hoping in 2020 to broaden my mind with the LGBT and trying a few other things that are outside my comfort zone, which would be reading a book about a trans character or a non-binary character or even a lesbian character, because I don't really pick those up that often, because when it comes to contemporaries like that, I tend to like go more towards gay males, because as a gay male, it's nice to finally see myself on paper in some way, shape, or form. Hence why I need to read a book about a drag queen now, because Mel's pushing it and I can't wait.
Oh my gosh. That book is awesome. It's so good. Like, I thought it was just going to be like just lighthearted, fun adventure, but there's like some emotional parts. There's sweet, swoony parts. There's your heart is racing out of your chest, and you're like, oh my god, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Thriller kind of parts, and like scary moments in there too. It's so good. Like, that book has everything, and I love it. Oh, I also got some amazing news. Like, yesterday, we got an offer on our house, and we countered the offer. And granted, it was a very low offer, but we countered. And today, they accepted our offer. Yay!
Yay!
So,
one less hassle you have to worry about.
Fingers crossed that all goes well with inspection and everything, and we can stop paying for two houses, because
Fingers crossed.
two houses is expensive. We can't keep doing that.
Hell, I can barely afford my rent.
Dude, you do not want to know how much we have to pay a month.
I don't.
For these two freaking houses.
Probably going to be more than both my paychecks put together.
Well, did you watch the empty house tour, or like the I'm selling my house video that I posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you saw that house.
Yeah.
That house costs more a month than this house, so we're really looking forward to that one being gone.
And we're all looking forward to whenever you decide to post your bookshelf tour.
Okay, so the setting up the library video has taken for freaking ever. However, I think that actually I was going to do it today, but I didn't get a chance to before the live show. But I was going to finish it off because the library is set up.
Yay!
However, there won't be a bookshelf tour for a little while just because there's still boxes of books that I haven't found. So I know that there's probably multiple boxes that got stuck somewhere where we've like in our basement or whatever. So I don't have all of my books yet. And I only know this because when I'm putting the books on my shelf, I'm like, there's books that are missing here. Like most of my Cassandra Clare books are not on my shelf right now because they're in a box somewhere that I haven't found that box yet. So
that's definitely an author that I know you're going to want to find.
yeah. So it's like what I was doing when we were at the other house was when I would read a book, it would either go on these other shelves that were in my living room or I would unhaul it. And so all the books that were on my shelves in the living room got packed separate from the books that were in my library. So now I'm trying to find those boxes because I don't know where they got put. They're somewhere in this house. So I don't want to do like the whole bookshelf tour until I actually have all the books on my shelves. But I do think I can go ahead and end my setting up my library video. And I would like to try and post that before the end of this month because it'll have me setting up my Christmas tree in it as well because the Christmas tree is in my library.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful tree. I love it.
It really is pretty.
It's like it's white, but it looks pink because of the lights and the decorations and the pink walls, and I love it.
I can't wait till one day. Like, I'm hoping one day, hopefully in the future, and not future, but like hopefully sooner than far off. What I'm thinking is I want to eventually have my own place where I'm by myself, and I can have my own little space for just my books, and then I can like all my shelves be the same height, unlike they are now, and do my checkered pattern that I really want to do. And yes, I will do a bookshelf tour eventually once I figure out how to do those because I'm still very bad at that. I'm bad at vlogging. People have been asking for that library vlog that I promised like a month ago. And yeah.
My library is a little messy right now.
Well, me going to the new library in Norman. The one that's like really pretty.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like filming when there's people around because I feel really weird.
You just got to get over it.
Yeah.
It is awkward, but you get used to it.
I'm hoping one of these.
Like walking down the street vlogging can be really weird.
I know. In Salem, when I was filming in Salem and I kept having to put the camera down, it was like, nope, people. Oh, nope, people. I was like, it's weird.
Let me get my camera out here. Tripod's falling over on me.
See, but your camera's not as weird.
Say hello to my vlog.
But see, your camera's not as weird as mine.
I'm filming all of you in the chat.
Like, oh. See, yours isn't as weird.
Mine looks like this. You can see yourself.
But like, walking down like with this, people know you're filming. Yours, you could be just taking pictures.
Well, no, because I'm walking around, because I don't typically do it quietly.
Oh, well, yeah.
So I have this, like I have a big tripod, but I also have this little tripod that works as a and hold it. And so I walk around like this, and I'm like, or, you know, I'm either filming like this, or I'm walking around and I'm talking to the camera while walking. So people see this.
And I'd be like doing this, or like doing hi. It's just weird. I need to get over it.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody watches Peyton Reads, another booktuber. Well, I met her not this year. Well, I did see her this year at Y'all Fest, but I met her for the first time last year at Y'all Fest. And we were waiting in line to get RJ Palacio to sign Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting there talking, and she was like, she had never vlogged in public. And I was like, just do it. You know, nobody is going to think anything of you. You know, I just kind of encouraged her to just do it. And didn't know her channel at the time. And apparently, like at that point, she was like, yeah, I've got, I forget how many thousands and thousands of subscribers. I was like, oh my gosh, I think she had like 15,000 subscribers or something like that. And she had never vlogged in public. And so that was, she took her camera out right then and vlogged in public. And that was her first ever vlog in public, was my encouraging her to do so.
I'm still over here going with my barely 270 something, and I'm scared as heck. But that's at least good to know that even the bigger booktubers are still scared.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are really, really feel awkward and uncomfortable, like vlogging in public. But I don't know. You just kind of get over it, I guess.
You're a natural at it, though. And you go to a lot of exciting places.
I want to go to so many more exciting places.
I'm like, I don't go that many exciting places. I think the only exciting place I've gone in the past 6 years was Salem back in March.
Oh, so I went on the cruise at the beginning of this month. That video, like the first part of that video, will actually post tomorrow. But on the cruise, you'll see in the first video, because the cruise video ended up being 2 parts, because it was the cruise, 'Tis the Seasonathon, Magical Readathon week 1, and Merry Bookmas all in 1 week. So there was like 4 hours of footage. So I had to split it into 2 videos and make it, you know, so there's like 2 45-ish minute videos. But in the first part, you see me participate in a slot tournament. In the second part, I actually got to go to the final round of the slot tournament, and you don't see me competing in that. You're not actually supposed to film in the casino.
Oh, well, yeah.
But, so the second time for the finale, we didn't film anything, but I won. And I ended up winning $500 and a ticket to this grand finale, which you have to go on a different cruise for it. So there's another cruise that I might possibly be taking next year if I do go on this, because I've gotten to the grand finale before, and you win, make it, if you win, like, I forget which spots, the top so many spots win prizes. I didn't win any prize the last time I made it to the grand finale, but it's $100,000 prize.
It'd be nice.
Yeah, it'd be really nice.
That would be.
But I don't know that I'm going to.
Food?
I mean, I haven't decided if I'll be going on that one or not, just because even with the discount that I get on that cruise, it's still an expensive cruise, and I have to find somebody to go with me. So I don't know if I'm going to do that. But I do plan on hopefully traveling the world this summer. That's like super exciting. That's what, like, my main goal is to be able to go to Europe and just bounce all over Europe this summer. Don't know if that's going to happen or not. A big part relies on getting rid of the other house.
Yeah.
The house has to go away, so we're not having to pay for that house, so that I can pay for said trip. But I discovered this site called Workaway, and I might do that. It's I've watched, like, happened to watch somebody else's YouTube video, and they were talking about like ways to travel cheaply. And one of the things they talked about was Workaway. And Workaway is you have like all these hosts. It kind of works as like a cultural exchange / volunteer type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you have hosts from all over the world on this site, and it may be like, for example, one person was, their family was moving from this one house in one part of the UK to another house in like London, and they needed help with watching the kids or packing up things in the house or moving stuff from one house to another. And you get to stay, like, they provide housing and meals for you while you're there, and you just work like 5 hours a day for them.
Not bad.
Yeah, so you work like 25 hours a week, about 5 hours a day, and you have free lodging and free food. And like, I saw another one, it was like in Edinburgh, Scotland, where they were looking for people that can do different kinds of jobs, whether it be painting, working out in the garden, just doing different stuff, trying to remodel this old home. And you get food and place to stay while you're doing it, like while you're helping them out. But again, it's 5 hours a day, about 25 hours a week, and free place to stay. So I'm thinking I might possibly do that, or consider doing that for some of the locations. But it's like really cheap to travel from different cities over there once you're already over there. So I want to go to as many places as I possibly can while I'm over there, because the big ticket expensive thing is going from here to there and back. So the initial round trip, that's the expensive part. The being over there, especially if my housing and my food is covered.
Yeah.
And traveling from place to place is super cheap. So yeah, I was talking to Marty about like how long could he be okay without me?
All summer.
How long can I go away before you miss me, or before you want to fly out and join me? And
You're like, you should just go all summer.
yeah, my plan is to I want to go for like the beginning of June until like middle of July. And so like a month and a half.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then I would have to be back. See, I have to wait until after Xander's gone to the grandparents' house, and then I have to be back before school starts. So, I'm already gonna be working anyway. So,
yeah.
No, I asked him last night. I was like, "How would you feel about me traveling the world for a year?" And he's like, well, that would depend on money and children. I was like, oh, I'm not talking about right now. like in the future, like
Xander's out of the house.
Yeah, in like 5 years he'll be 18. So,
oh God,
actually, just a little over 4 years he'll be 18. So we'll be like, in about 4.5 years, what do you think about me traveling the world? And then, like every other month, you fly out and meet me.
See, you have fun with that. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, of going back to school next year. That's my goal. Or at least to have it where I can go back. Like get everything situated money-wise and everything and my life 100% together so I can go back to school. Which I'm still researching which program would be the best program for me to do.
I think, well, you should tell them what you're wanting to go back to school for. Because you already told me, and I think it's cool.
Originally, my plan was to go for English, but after having multiple different dreams and multiple different people telling me things, and I just dropped my pen, whatever. And the fact that it's been 10 years since my sister passed, and I think I can finally be okay with doing something like this. I want to go back to school to work with handicapped children in some capacity. I don't know if that is being a special ed teacher or being an occupational therapist assistant or what yet. I just got to find the right one for me that also gives me backup plans if it doesn't pan out the way I want it to. Because if I'm going to be going to school, I want to make sure there's backup plans just in case.
No.
I'm not going to spend this whole 6-7 years to get a degree and not be able to use it.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, I'm leaning more towards being a special ed teacher, which means I would have to go for early education teaching, and then I would have to get my master's degree in special education, which would be a total of, do you believe it's like 6 or 7 years?
Yep, something like that. Long time.
But the fact that I turn 30 next year, I kind of want to get my life together. So
you turn 30 and I turn... Oh, I'm not saying. Oh.
29 next year.
Do it.
You turn 29.
No, I turned 28.
Oh, even better. So you're even younger than me.
I'll be 28 next year. Is that believable?
Yes.
Tabby says, I have a 1-year-old. I'm currently looking for books for him. If y'all have recommendations. Clint, that's lovely. My condolences for your loss. I went to school to become a social worker.
1-year-old recommendations. I would definitely recommend a lot of Dr. Seuss books.
Yeah. Hop on Hop.
Matter of fact, I can grab one of my childhood books because I still have it.
Hop on Hop. Green Eggs and Ham. Rubbery, like the plastic, those books that have like the squishy pages that they can chew on. They're going to put everything in their mouth.
One of the earliest books that I remember getting, and this book is so torn up, and I've had to tape the spine just so I can keep it, is Sam's First Birthday. I got it when I was 3 years old.
Winnie the Pooh.
And it's a really cute story that you could read with your kid, and it's all about a puppy, and it's like really sad but like really happy, and it's just really cute. And it's one of those happy day books. But my grandparents got it for me because I had a black dog that looked identical to this, and my sister's name was Samantha.
Aww.
Sam. It's the only childhood book that I like really childhood book that I kept that didn't get ruined in anything. So, highly recommend this because it's
just like
and the Clifford
for me.
Clifford books. Those are awesome.
The Pokey Puppy. The
Yes.
Pokey Puppy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm looking at my shelves over here because I've got like my Winnie the Pooh and stuff up there.
I have the Winnie the Pooh sketchbook over there, which is all about the sketches and stuff that A.L. whatever the author's name is. I can't think of the author's name. Drew for Winnie the Pooh. It's A.L. Milton, isn't it?
It is Milton, I do believe. Hold on.
It's A.L. something.
There's that box strap on my head. See my sweet legs?
Love them. I've been contemplating ordering some just for drag.
A.A. Millen. Millen?
A.A. Millen. Okay, I was close.
Millen? I don't know how you say it exactly. This is my.
Oh, yes.
Have a cover on.
Yes, Barbara. Dolly Parton's books. Yes, Barbara. Yes. But I have a sketchbook over there where he practiced the sketches for all of those. But yes, the Dolly Parton ones are good too.
Dolly Parton also, I don't know if this is, I think it's everywhere, or maybe it's just in Tennessee. You can Google it. There's like
Are you talking about Dollywood?
Huh?
You're talking about Dollywood?
No. Dolly Parton actually has this thing where she will, for the first 5 years of I think it's first 5 years of a kid's life, will send books for free to them.
Oh.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it and I can tell you. Dolly Parton sends books. See if that works.
You said something about that.
Yeah, Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a book gifting program that mails free books to children from birth until they begin school in participating areas. It's not even just in the US. It looks like they have it in the US, UK, IE, CA, and AU.
That would be a really good thing for you to look into then. That's a good thing. Why is my phone going crazy?
I'm kind of good but bad at editing. LOL. I might get a laptop. Yeah, if you just Google, I just put in Dolly Parton sends books, but it looks like the website is imaginationlibrary.com. Yeah. So I check that out.
On the note of books, do you have any plans, like bookish plans that you're wanting to do for the new year? Even though the new year has already started technically for me, because I go December to November now because of Merry Bookmas now. I want it to be its own little special thing.
Hold on, let me grab something.
Because I have my binder.
I got the Once Upon a Book Club New Year's box. It actually came today. I haven't gone through it, but you know what? I'll go through it in here. Show y'all what's inside. So if you don't already know, the Once Upon a Book club boxes. You get a book, you read the book. Certain pages have post-its to say open your gift for page whatever. You go into the box, you find that gift that has a page number on it, and it goes along with something in the story. So we have this gift that's for page 349. Oh, I see the book. But they also threw in some New Year's goodies. So we have a little noisemaker.
Games.
I just scared Katniss. We also have this I like to party, and by party I mean read books, champagne flute.
Yes, please.
If I can open it. Oh, it's taped. There we go. Oh, it says that on the champagne flute. I like to party, and by party I mean read books.
Yes, that is perfect.
That's cute.
I mean, is that not why we're all here?
And then, let's see, we got gift for page 49. And trying to hide the book. We have a print that says, "This is my year." Ooh!
Really well in your whatchamacallit.
40 books, 2020 reading challenge. It has like little scratch off things. Oh, fun. But they're not like specific books. They're like challenges.
Oh, that would be you.
We have a cozy murder mystery, a book with love in the title, a YA novel, a Once Upon a Book Club selection, a New York Times bestseller, a book with an ugly cover, a book about traveling, a debut novel, a time travel book, a book about an invention, a book set on an airplane, a book with a red spine, a book with a one-word title, a romance, a book with a teacup on the cover, a banned book, a book recommended by a friend, a fantasy novel, a book chosen with your eyes closed, a book that will be a movie in 2020, a book set in a forest, a book from a thrift store, a humorous novel, a book written by an author from Asia, Africa, or South America, a book where a character is adopted, a book set in your state/country, a book narrated by a child, a book with a powerful message, a book that kept you up all night, a favorite book from your childhood, a book set on a beach, a book written by more than one author, a book you've read within 24 hours, a book about lost treasure, a book with a flower on the cover, a story told by letter, a best-selling novel in a genre you don't normally read, a book about a librarian, a book with 5 or less reviews on Goodreads, a book set in space. Very cool.
That's cool.
Okay, so this particular box only had 2 gifts to open with the book. And the book is Regretting You by Colleen Hoover. I'm excited for this one. And so you get to where it has like a post-it note like this. And you open your gift. Let's see what this says. How do you pick up the pieces without the glue holding everything together? Morgan Grant and her 16-year-old daughter, Clara, would like nothing more than to be nothing alike. Morgan is determined to prevent her daughter from making the same mistakes she did by getting pregnant and married way too young. Morgan put her own dreams on hold. Clara doesn't want to follow in her mother's footsteps. Her predictable mother doesn't have a spontaneous bone in her body. With warring personalities and conflicting goals, Morgan and Clara find it increasingly difficult to coexist. The only person who can bring peace to the household is Chris, Morgan's husband, Clara's father, and the family anchor. But that peace is shattered when Chris is involved in a tragic and questionable accident. The heartbreaking and long-lasting consequences will reach far beyond just Morgan and Clara. While struggling to rebuild everything that crashed around them, Morgan finds comfort in the last person she expects to, and Clara turns to the one boy she's been forbidden to see. With each passing day, new secrets, resentment, and misunderstandings make mother and daughter fall farther apart. So far apart, it might be impossible for them to ever fall back together.
Interesting.
So that's my bookish New Year's plans. And I'm going to be reading that book.
See, I have several, but I think I set aside like 5 goals that I want to do that are bookish. I want to read more backlist of some authors that I love. I think the 5 I've chosen now is Taylor Jenkins Reid, because I have read 3 of her books so far and have gave them all 5 stars. So I want to see if it's going to be true about all of her books, or if I'm going to hate one of them or not so love one of them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
John Green, because this is the first year I was introduced to him, because I'm a child and didn't read John Green back in the day. Rainbow Rowell, because I have read 4 of her things, and 3 out of those 4 got 4.5 or higher. Jeff Zetner, because he's Daddy Zetner. And then Emma Mills.
Jeff Dittner is from Tennessee.
And he's sexy AF, just saying.
Funny thing, like, I don't know if you watched my little video I did for the book festival that came here to Chattanooga, but he was like the keynote speaker for that. And he was telling an interesting story about his regular job, because he has another job, and up until like right around the time of this festival, his job was to be the Tennessee state prosecutor.
I thought he was a musician.
He looks like a rock star. He's the freaking state prosecutor, or he was. Now he works for the environmental legislator or something like that for Tennessee.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, he is pretty sexy.
I'm also going to make sure that I'm making it mandatory that I read at least 1 paranormal book a month.
I thought you were going to say a week. I was like, good luck. That's all you're going to be reading.
I wish. I don't have enough of those. I will get tired of those. But that whole November where I read nothing but paranormals, it was like I found my niche and I missed my paranormal books. And now I'm like, I need to at least keep them up. Whether they be a witch book, a werewolf book, a vampire book, a ghost book, whatever. Whether it be a paranormal thriller, a paranormal fantasy, a urban fantasy, a paranormal romance.
So Clint and I have been talking about our next readathon, the Spring in a Readathon. So I'm trying to pull. Sorry. I'm actually trying to pull up the video here from my announcement last Spring in a Readathon. So let's see if there's any challenges. Oh, wait, the kids. Sorry, I'm reading Books and Cars comment. She says, the kids' school gave a bundle of the little books. Timmy hates to read, 8-year-old, and Chevy 5 likes for you to read to him. What editing program does everyone use? And she said she loves Rainbow Rowell. My editing, I
use because you told me to use it. Now I use it.
Yeah, and so it uses Windows Movie Maker, and I was using mostly Windows Movie Maker. Now I'm using mostly Filmora, but I highly recommend Windows Movie Maker because, for one, it's free and it's super simple to use. But I ended up having some issues with it, and when I was doing a really, really, really big video, and I switched to Filmora to work on that video, and then I pretty much just stuck with Filmora since. But Filmora, it costs some money, not a lot. I can't remember exactly what it is, but you can pay like for 1 year, or you can pay just a little bit more and have it for a lifetime. And so I think I paid like $80 for a lifetime. So that's what I use. Okay, so looking at the challenges that we had last year for the Spring into Readathon,
which are right
you
here.
can see it.
Me and my organization.
See if there's any that we like or don't like that we might want to use again this year.
I really liked the spring cleaning, which is to read a book that's been collecting dust on your shelf, because it's so interpretation by whoever. Like if you just bought this book a month ago and you want it, it's been collecting a little bit of dust, it's up to you. Or it's a book that's been on your shelf for like 10, 15 years.
Yeah. I also like Spring Break, which is read a book with travel or vacation in it.
Because that,
or I guess you could read a book involving travel.
Which that could be interpreted. You could do Lord of the Rings because there's travel, or read a contemporary about a road trip.
Yeah, you could travel to another dimension or another world, or it can be a book on like about traveling, like a guide to Paris,
or something like Katie Katugno's. What is it? 99 and something days.
99 Days, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
I haven't read that one. The only book I've read by her was Top 10, which I enjoyed. And it has like a very similar cover to 99 Days as well.
Did we want to redo Flowers Are Blooming?
My screen rotated and now I can't get it to rotate back. Okay, there we go.
Flowers Are Blooming was read a book with flowers on the cover, because that makes us think springtime.
Yeah. What do y'all think of the Flowers Are Blooming prompt? Anything? Any comments? We'll come back to that one. The next is Love is in the Air. Read a romance or a book centered around friendship.
I feel like we've been adding a lot of like romance ones to like each readathon. Hold on. Oh no, hold on. Only winter and spring have the romance, which makes sense. Because winter, you have those wintry romance reads, and then spring is people getting it on and having babies. So,
yeah. Okay, what about New Growth? Read a book with green on the cover.
do we want to change the color?
I don't know.
Like each year we change it to like, the only thing that pops in my head is I think Easter's colors, which are like green, purple, the pastel colors. So we could do something like read a book with purple on the cover.
That really wouldn't work for New Growth. But we could change it to Easter eggs. I don't know. Decorating the eggs. Read a book with purple on the cover. I don't know. We'll have to think about that one.
Yeah, we'll think more on that one. And then the last one was Women's March. Read the group read or read a book with a powerful female lead.
We're working on the group read. I have we're hoping to do like we did with Adriana Mather and with Jessica Brody.
Hopefully I won't cause any issues this time.
And have another author join us for the live show for whatever group book that we've picked. And we have a book in mind. We have an author in mind. So I have to contact that author and see.
If we get I May Scream. Just saying.
Yeah.
I just recently
It's
read
a
one of
pretty,
the books, and it's now one of my all-time favorite books.
it's a pretty big author with a pretty strong following. So hopefully, no, don't do that. Because
Yeah, no.
that might not, we might not get that person.
But we also have a backup idea that would be just as cool.
Yes, we have 3 people in mind. So we've ordered them in what we think are what we're hoping for, and then other 2
I'm
options.
hoping for either 1 or 2. Third one would be cool too, but 1 or 2 would be perfection for what we want it to do.
Also, we may possibly have another co-host. First, we're going to find out about the author, and then after we know which author, if any, then we will reach out to a certain somebody that we have in mind to co-host along with us, another booktuber. Basing
Off the author.
which booktuber we pick will depend on which author we end up getting. So, yeah, we're very excited about
for our first readathon of 2020.
Do it.
I'm like, fingers crossed for our first readathon of 2020.
And hopefully that live show will go much smoother.
Yes. Which I am thinking about cutting down the amount of readathons that I do and just focusing mainly on hours and maybe like a few here and there. But this year, it was like each month I had like 3 readathons going on, and I was stressing, and just my brain was just like.
Yeah, I try to. I used to do like every thing, every readathon. Now I focus on hour 4. I do all of the magical readathons, and then if I'm able, I'll do the contemporary-a-thon. Those are really the only ones I really focus on because, well, for one, I've been doing the magical readathons from the beginning, and I've been doing the contemporary-a-thon since the beginning. Granted, a lot of the contemporary-a-thons kind of go along the same lines as other readathons that we host, so they can kind of be covered up. Yeah.
Recently, hours. But hey, if we start doing what we've got set out planned for each one, like the ideas, I feel like we're not going to be as stressed out of, oh, there's like 4 major readathons the same week as ours.
Yeah. We do have our dates for the spring into reading.
Oh, yeah, we do. I need to write those down.
We are doing March 19th, which is a Thursday, and is the first day of spring, until March 29th, which is the following Sunday. So we're doing 10 days for spring. And I'm so excited. So does anybody have like suggestions for prompts or prompts that they really liked last year or prompts they really didn't like for last year's spring?
Or new, is there any ideas you think would work, or do you have any book suggestions for future readathons as well? Or like any book suggestions that we may be able to take prompts, like take that book and come up with a prompt or something? Because I know a lot of people might be new to readathons and stuff like that.
Also, not just for the spring, but what were your thoughts on this particular readathon for the Merry Bookmas? Did you like all the prompts? Were there any prompts that you really didn't like? I can say that there was one prompt that I'm not a fan of.
Which one?
And I don't want to do it next year.
Which one?
Last Bookmas. the give an author a second chance. That was like the challenge that I was most dreading doing, because I'm like, I didn't want to give these up. They're books that I DNF'd because I didn't want to read them.
See, but the way I interpreted it, the way I did it, is I read an author that I have read a previous book by them and absolutely loved, and gave them a second chance to see, was it just the book or was it the author that I loved?
See,
You can
based on the song,
but you can make it a happy thing. Okay, maybe I am getting a little tipsy.
Based on the song being, it broke my heart, and now I'm going to trying to give it a second chance that way. It was like, read a book that you didn't like before, like something you DNF'd, you can go back and read. Or if you didn't like one book by this author, try reading a different book by that same author. And so that was like the challenge that I've put off till the end, because I really wasn't interested in doing it.
We don't have to do that one. You know how many Chris songs we can come up with other prompts?
Yeah. I'm currently making myself do it. But one of the books that I DNF'd, I was able to find the audiobook for on Scribd. So I've been listening to that, and let's see where I'm at. I was going to do The Silhouette, but I really didn't want to read that.
Side note, Barbara, you don't, for our readathons, like with spring into reading-a-thon, summertime reads, fall into reading-a-thon, and
Mary Bookmas.
Wow, how did I forget that one? You don't necessarily have to read contemporary, because we leave our prompts open to interpretation. If you'd rather read a horror, fantasy, historical fiction, romance during spring, like, I don't know, a book with vacation or travel in it, if you want to read where they go to this cabin in the middle of the woods that there's a lot of death and horror happening, read it.
We like fantasy and stuff, so like traveling to a different world works.
It's like we like
Bookmas challenges.
We like to leave things open for interpretation.
Yeah, like for The Partridge in a Pear Tree, read a book with a bird or fruit on the cover. That could literally be any genre.
Bird, right here, and this is a middle grade fantasy.
For mine, I picked Bird Box. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, read a red book. Again, that could fit any genre.
I read Scythe because Melanie wanted me to, so I read Scythe.
And did you love it?
I gave it 4 out of 5 stars because it took me 200 pages to really get into it. But once I was into it, I was freaking hooked. And now I need the next 2.
Then there was Last Bookmas, give an author a second chance. I have a little dreidel, read a book that involves a game. Which oh my gosh.
I'm reading that one now.
That worked out so perfectly for me because, okay, so I packed up certain books that I was going to take with me on my cruise. And that was one of the book for that challenge I was doing Throw Like a Girl. And so I picked the books that worked for my Mary Bookmas, but also worked for the 'Tis the Season-a-thon readathon. And I didn't know what the chapter 1 of the magical readathon was going to be. And so I was hoping that one of the books that I was bringing along with me for the cruise would fit. And then it just so happened that the only prompt I got for chapter 1 was to read a book involving a game or a race or something like that. So I was like, this is perfect. I have the book.
To answer your question, books and cars, no, we don't have set dates, but usually we try to figure out the dates like around the mid or end time of our readathon. We start working on the next one so that we're ahead of schedule. So with the live shows, y'all will know at least the dates. And then
we do have the dates for our next one, which is the spring and readathon, which is March 19th through the 29th. It'll be a 10-day readathon.
And we try to incorporate in each readathon at least the first day of that season. Like March 19th is going to be the first day of spring. And why are people commenting in another chat? They need to just shush because of this noise right now. But and then like summertime reads, I do believe it's going to be a full month, just like Merry Bookmas, right?
Yeah, because we ran into issues this summer with other readathons being the same.
Witchathon, I think it was Witchathon and Summerathon.
Yeah,
like, both like overlapped with us or something.
Yeah.
So
we're thinking for summer it'll be
all of June.
All of June.
And our fall ones usually, our fall under readathon is usually in September.
Yeah, it'll hold on. I can tell you what those dates will probably be. Let me just Google. It'll, like I said, like he said, it's always around the beginning of the season. So let me see. First day of fall 2020. That'll be September 22nd. I just realized my audiobook was going really quietly. So yeah, it'll be on a Tuesday, September 22nd. So we'll probably do something like the 21st through the 27th and be a 1 week in the fall.
Well, we'll give you more of those details when we get closer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like you don't necessarily, we don't police, we don't tell you what you have to read for each challenge. It's one of those that I like the fact that our challenges are so vague. Like, just read a book with green on the cover. It doesn't have to be a full book, fully green. It can have just like one little dot of green in the background, and you're just like, that's the book I want to read. But that's all for, it all depends on what you want to read. And hi, Tracy.
I mean, like the book that I read for read a book with red, like a read a red book. I think it's underneath. But it just has little lines of red on the cover. So, and then there was like read a cozy read a romance or a book that involves friendship, read a diverse book.
Which I feel like diverse by the end of the month might be the only challenge that I might not hit. Only because I'm so behind on books that I'm trying to hit the ones that are like high priority first. And they're like, none of them are diverse. Like, these are the ones that I would like to finish, plus the In the Hall with the Knife. But this one doesn't necessarily have to be finished this month. I still have January to read that. But none of these are diverse.
Okay, you can make, you don't have to read one book for each challenge.
Yeah.
You can make one book cover 3 or 4 challenges if you want. So like, for example, let me look at my thing here. I read The Afterlife of Holly Chase, which worked for my Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which is read a red book. I could have read that in the same spot and done the read a book in your favorite cozy spot at home. That could have counted as a cozy read, and I could have counted it for that challenge. Frosty the Snowman, read a book with a little magic. I could have counted it for that challenge too. So yeah, you don't have to have all, books for all of those. You can just do. Me personally, I am reading one book for every challenge, but yeah.
I was going to, but this month kind of got away with me finishing Bones, the TV show, and crying my eyes out for 2 days, and me getting slightly depressed because I had nothing to watch. So, but like, take me reading Scythe. Scythe counts for a read book. Technically, this counts for me giving an author a second chance because I tried to read the Unwind series back in high school. It just dawned on me, and I did not like it back in high school. But it's one that I feel like I want to give a second chance. So that one would work. And this also works for an overhyped read. And technically, this counts as a romance or one with a friendship in it too. So, in a weird way, it does.
I know, you could count it as that.
So technically, I could get away with this counting for 4 prompts, if that's what I chose. But I've read other books that have romances, like the group read. So, and yes, we can give you as many of the dates that we can ahead of time. So,
but yeah, you can pretty much count on
all of June.
Polls are going to be a week to 10 days, and it's going to include the first day of fall or spring.
Mm-hmm.
And summer and winter, you can count on those being
June and December.
June and December, because that's when the first day of winter or the first day of summer happen. Mm-hmm. And there'll be month-long ones.
That way we don't overlap like the 50 million readathons that happens in those months.
True that.
Especially with December.
Yeah, December is insane for readathons.
20 Christmas-themed readathons.
Yeah, that's why I'm limiting myself to what things I will participate in, just because.
This was my 'Tis the Season-a-thon. This is the only book I read in 'Tis the Season-a-thon.
What did I do for 'Tis the Season?
I had a plan, but this book, because the fact that it's been so hyped, and until that 200-page mark, I didn't really care for anybody because there's no death. So, like, no one was dying, and there was, like, no risk involved. But the minute the risk was added to it, I was like, okay, I've got to read the rest of this now. And I finished the rest of it in, like, a night and a half. Devouring.
Is that your computer blowing up?
Yes.
Mute it.
I'm going to be muting these chats because I'm in, like, 5 group chats on Facebook. And even if I was to, like, exit out of Facebook, they would still ding, 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 ding. And it's annoying.
Did you know that there is a pepperoni and cheese stuffed Cheez-It pizza?
Yes. Yes.
It kind of looks disgusting.
Lawrence and his boyfriend got it, and they said it was aight. They're like, it's nothing special.
Kind of looks disgusting.
I feel like some of these things that are coming out these days, you kind of have to be high to be like, oh, that sounds amazing. Like Burger King had macaroni and cheese. Well, no, they had Burger King had a macaroni and cheese stuffed Cheeto at one point.
What? A macaroni and cheese stuffed Cheeto?
Yeah, like they made the Cheetos bigger and then they stuffed it with mac and cheese. Like, I feel like you have to be, yes, a Cheeto. But it's like a Cheeto puff.
That's weird.
It's so weird and so disgusting.
That sounds pretty disgusting.
I feel like you either have to be high or you have to be from Oklahoma.
Well, I had
home of the fried gummy bears. So
I had exchange students that they would tell me all about different like pizza toppings. When they would come and stay with us, we'd ask, when we went to order pizza, what kind of pizza do you like? And then they would tell us, and I'm like, we don't have that on our pizza. It's not an option here. For example, tuna fish.
See, a cousin of mine went, I don't remember where she went, but when she ordered pizza, the person next to her ordered a pizza with like fish heads on it. And it had the faces on it, and I was just like,
oh,
just sounds disgusting. Like, what the fuck, people?
Like anchovies?
Yeah, like the heads of anchovies, like on it. Just weird. And I'm sitting here going, no, thank you. But we are the country with, like, you can fry anything, and we'd probably eat it.
So, I had fried ice cream.
Oh my God, that's so good.
How strange is that, though? Because it's like, how do you fry ice cream?
You have to freeze the ice cream with dry ice.
Yeah. It has to be like super frozen.
Yes, and then you can roll the thing and then fry it, and once it starts to become crispy on the outside, the inside just gets really gooey, and it's really good. So are fried Twinkies and fried Oreos. Fried Oreos dipped in ice cream is really good. Thank you, Sonic.
Oh, hold on. Y'all want to see my favorite kind of Oreo ever? Hold on.
Now I'm just hungry for fried food.
These are the best freaking Oreos.
God, those are amazing.
They only come out around Christmas time, and I love them. They're so good.
Have you had the red velvet cake Oreos?
I think so.
So good.
So Xander and I have on a couple of occasions, he'll ask me for some random thing at when we're like grocery shopping, and rarely will I say yes to his crazy requests. But twice he's asked if we could buy every flavor of something. So we bought one time we bought every flavor Doritos, which there's a lot of flavors of Doritos.
And Doritos are not cheap.
Most of which were spicy. There were a lot of flavors of Doritos. And another one was another time we bought every flavor Oreo. Or at least we bought a whole lot of flavors Oreo. I think we bought every flavor. The lemon was like, gosh, we had like a dozen different things of Oreos all at once. Ooh, fried pickles.
I don't like pickles, so
I hate pickles.
Okay, I like sweet pickles.
I do not like pickles.
I like the little bitty midget sweet pickles, and everyone looks at me weird here because they're like, "You don't like bread and butter? You don't like dill?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "What are you?"
I like bread and butter, but not bread and butter pickles.
Yes.
I can literally just eat bread with some butter on it, and I'm good. I love bread and butter.
Or I like where I've literally sat there and ate butter out of the jar before.
I've not done that. I think it's time for me to grab me a glass of wine. You just keep chatting.
Anybody got any book recommendations for us? Or fried food suggestions? Because apparently we're hungry. And my broke ass. Probably just gonna go make some hamburger helper later. Ooh, or I can make sugar rice. That sounds good. I am a very awkward person. But
Okay.
Yeah. See, I opened up the other bottle because I was gonna drink it, but it's got a cork, and I don't have a corkscrew in here.
Yes. That's a big old bottle.
So I'm gonna have to get a corkscrew later and try this one. But this is really good.
Let me have my wine.
Yeah, those are a love or hate. But okay.
Anything but ordinary. What's anything but ordinary?
Isn't that? I think that's a book.
A book. Just talking about books, right?
I know. We were talking about food when you left. Anything but.
Maybe I just open it like it is. I don't think that's gonna work.
Is it the Laura Avery book? Just curious. Because I have that pulled up. Having difficulties.
Yes. Hold on, I gotta get something to cut that foil.
Okay, but I will state, as a Southerner,
yes,
if I run into anyone, like, okay, it was bad enough in Salem, me trying to order sweet tea up in Salem, and people looking at me like I was insane. I'm that type of person that is sitting at a table and someone orders an unsweet tea. I'm the one that looks at them like, who the fuck are you? And you need to leave. I'm weird. Because
my
sweet tea is un-American. No offense to anyone who likes unsweet tea.
well, like my in-laws, they drink unsweetened tea and add Splenda.
See, my grandfather couldn't
He's
have
diabetic though, so
yeah, my grandfather was diabetic and he drank nothing but unsweet tea. And I was like, I understand there's some exceptions to the rules. But me going to a McDonald's and their sweet tea.
their sweet tea is like sugar, nothing but sugar.
Not in Salem. In
Really?
Salem, I got a sweet tea from the thing, took one sip, and it was unsweet. And I asked the lady, how much sugar do you put in it? She held out packs of sugar this big and said, well, we do 5 per gallon.
Wow.
That is not sweet tea, darling. We do 5 pounds of sugar per gallon on our McDonald's sweet tea. Like,
yeah. McDonald's sweet tea is ridiculously sweet.
It tastes like syrup. I thought I was safe.
I love it.
I thought I was safe at least getting a sweet tea from McDonald's, but even McDonald's did not like me that day.
Yeah, I loved it.
And I actually have that one pulled up, and I like romances. So let's read what Anything But Ordinary is.
Yeah, I just finished The Afterlife of Polly Chase yesterday, and yeah, I loved it too.
Numbers like it's yesterday. This is the chlorine, the blinding crack. Oh. All right.
Num num num.
I am putting that on my list now.
Grape juice for growing up.
Lady, I will be definitely adding that because Anything But Ordinary.
Oh, I have In the Garden of Good and Evil. I haven't read it yet.
Laura Avey.
But I have it.
I've heard good things about the Garden of Good and Evil. It's on one of my infinite lists somewhere.
I have it. I think on that bookshelf over there. I have a lot of bookshelves.
Love you, Linda, but go away, Linda.
I have 12 bookshelves. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
1,
11,
2,
12.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9. But technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I got 12.
I technically have 9, but they're set up like 5.
Okay.
Because I have my 2 cube organizers standing on top of each other, that makes 1 shelf. I have 2 shelves standing on top of each other, that makes a shelf. 2 on top of a shelf, that makes a shelf. And I have 1 on top of another shelf, that makes a shelf.
Ooh, what was everybody's favorite book that they've read so far for the Mary Bookmas Readathon? That's a good question. I have to look to see which one was mine.
I don't know if I want to show it.
Oh, for me, it was A Curse So Dark and Lonely.
Wow, I got too excited over that. But that book, just that book is just...
That book made my heart soar and made me swoon. And I was holding the book to my chest like this, and I just wanted to dance around my library singing like a bell while holding it.
This is by far my all-time favorite retelling. No offense to ACOTAR when it comes to Beauty and the Beast. This hit my heart in I don't know how many ways. With her discussing cerebral palsy, which is something my sister had, and seeing her talking about it being different levels of it,
Mm-hmm.
and her actually discussing how you could be wheelchair bound and it could cause more problems, which I've never seen my sister represented in a book like that, even if it was just them having a conversation about someone like her. And just, this is everything, and that cliffhanger at the end pissed me off, and I just need to know. But I can't read it till January because I told Emily I would read it with her.
The what? The sequel?
Yes, because it comes out in January, and her husband ordered it for her for Christmas because that's what she asked for. Emily from No Novels, because I read this with her, and we're gonna read the next one and then the final one together. But even though I know that it's probably in the box that you sent me, that's what's gonna kill me because I can't touch it until she has her copy.
Yes, that is one of the books that's in your box of like full of books, which should be arriving like very soon. Most people have gotten their packages early, so I'm surprised you didn't end up getting it today. Even I think Tabby, you wrote me right and said you got your book already. Tabby won one of my giveaways.
That's awesome. See, because the fact that you were sending me a package, I didn't enter in any of the giveaways because I was like, let other people win.
Yes, this big box right there, that's Clint's box.
But I've now have gotten like 7 people to read A Curse So Dark and Lonely, and I feel like it's my new Adriana Mather book.
I ordered pizza. Marty is home. Oh, A List of Cages. That was a really good book too.
Oh, is it a romance? You can label it a romance.
A Curse of Dark and Lonely. There is a romance. It's not a romance book, but there is a romance because it's the Beauty and the Beast story.
One of my favorite romances, and it's got one of my favorite romance tropes in it. So, yeah.
But
And
Hate to Love. It's definitely got Hate to Love in it.
Just look at the cover. It's stunning.
I know. I have the hardback as well, but I really wanted like the
Oh,
UK.
I'm ordering the UK one eventually. Like I
I
have
want
to
it so bad. It's
like
so pretty with that spine that's all hollow, and I'm just like, ah. That's why I put off getting this one for so long. But then it came up on Book Outlet, and I was like, yep, I gotta get it.
you don't understand my book outlet order. If it wasn't for the fact that it was already at $50 something, I almost just ordered as much as I could get of this book just to give out as Christmas presents. But I didn't want to do that. So actually, let me rephrase that. My bank account wouldn't allow me to do that. Because
Tracy's ordering pizza and fried mushrooms, or are the fried mushrooms on your pizza? Just curious. I can't stand mushrooms, by the way. That's another fear. You know what? Once upon a time, my mom made fried mushrooms, and I tried them, and I loved them. I was such a picky eater as a kid, so I tried these fried mushrooms, and I loved them. And so, because she was like, "Oh, I found another food that she likes," she started making them. She made them like every night for I forget how many days, to the point that I got sick of them. And I cannot, like, you can have the tiniest piece of mushroom in my food, and I'm like, I find it, I taste it, I can't stand it. I just can't do any mushroom now because of that.
Yeah, mushrooms. Okay, I'm a very, very picky eater that mushrooms and me have never worked. And that's probably because to me they just taste like dirt. But on your line with the mushrooms, that was me when I was little with shrimp.
Oh, I love shrimp, especially fried shrimp.
The smell of shrimp, I just can't. I just can't. It's okay when people eat it, but if I have something in front of me that, like, you put shrimp in front of me, just no. Mm-hmm. If you're eating it,
I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry.
I just want fried mozzarella stick.
So, oh my gosh. So Marty has been doing. I kind of like hinted at this, or showed it a little bit in my November vlog. Marty was doing an Advent Christmas for me. So every day this month, I've been opening a gift and showing it off in my vlogs, which haven't posted. None of them have posted yet. They're not going to start posting until tomorrow with the cruise vlog. But and so in the cruise vlog and on, I've been opening these gifts, and my bookish heart just can't handle it. It's like all bookish goodies, and it's amazing. And yeah, and also okay, for many, many years, most of our time together, our Christmas is flexible, like when we have Christmas, because Marty was in the Navy, and then Marty was working at a nuclear plant, and now he's still working. We base it when we have Christmas around his schedule. So Christmas this year for us is going to be on the 28th, because he has to work on the 24th and 25th and 26th. So we're doing Christmas on the 28th. And my Advent goes all the way until the 28th. I get 3 extra days, 3 extra presents. Yay!
See, I would love to convince my boyfriend to do something like that for next year. But me and my boyfriend do not have similar reading tastes.
Oh, he totally did it all off of my Amazon wish list.
Mine wouldn't. Mine would be trying to get me to read things like the vagina monologues, or not the vagina monologues, the virgin suicides.
So
I'm like, really?
One of the gifts he got me was this wine tumbler. And it was so funny because Amazon sent the wrong tumbler. So the box says the right thing on it, but what was inside the box was not the right wine tumbler. And the tumbler that he went to send me was one that said, I like big books and I cannot lie. And let me see if I can find that. It says something like, hold on, let me go find it, because it was hilarious what it actually said, because it was the wrong thing. Yeah, hold on.
Lord Jesus. There's no telling what it's going to say, guys. Which, by the way, this is my thoughts with earlier of having all of those problems today with my mic. And this is my thoughts on J.K. Rowling right now.
Yeah, I don't know where it got put right now, but and I didn't want to wait for a long time. But it says something about women and the true power, the true power of a woman is not giving any shits or something. Or the amount of fucks they give or something like that. And yeah, it was funny because I was just like, well, okay then. And then I looked at the box and I was like, oh, this was not what was supposed to be in there. But oh my gosh, let me show you what I opened up today. I have to get frames for these because it's a bunch of prints and they're so cool.
To go in your library?
So this says the truth.
Oh my god,
is in facing danger when you are afraid, from the Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Those are on one of my wish lists.
Then we have Be Wise, Be Brave, Be Tricky from Coraline by Neil Gaiman.
An okay book, better movie.
Follow the Dream and Always the Dream and Only the Dream, Rudyard Kipling.
Yes.
The Greatest Secrets Are Always Hidden in the Most Unlikely Places, The Min Pens by Roald Dahl.
Yes, come on, Roald Dahl.
She Made Herself Stronger by Fighting with the Wind, The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgkin Burnett.
I've never read that book, but I love that movie.
What If I Fall? Oh, But My Darling, What If You Fly? Erin Hansen.
Yes.
Life Itself is the Most Wonderful Fairy Tale, Hans Christian Andersen.
Oh, I love the Dragon Tale.
The moment you doubt whether you can fly, you cease forever to be able to do it, Peter Pan, J.M. Barrie.
Aww.
You have been my friend, replied Charlotte. That in itself is a tremendous thing. Charlotte Webb, E.B. White.
I love Charlotte's Web.
And oh my gosh, I'm just like, I need to get frames for all of these and hang them up.
You should white and pink frames. That way they match your library.
Maybe. Honestly, there's not a huge amount of room in the library to hang them.
Or are you going to put those in your office?
I think I'm just going to hang them throughout the house.
Oh, okay.
The entire house, because there's so many of them, and I don't know where I can put them all because.
Ooh. I want to show you what I got the other day. Because I don't remember if I told you that for my, how do you pronounce it again? Good King Wenceslas.
Oh yes, Good King Wenceslas.
However you pronounce it. I bought Lawrence the first 5 books in the Nancy Drew series because we've been watching the TV show.
Mm-hmm.
And he used to read the books, and he made a couple of comments about how he wanted to reread the series. Well, I happened to be at Half Price Books, and I found the Hardy Boys in the original covers. All 5 of these for $15.
That's really cool.
And these are from like 1959 and up.
That's very cool.
And when I get paid on Friday, I'm going to go back and get a few more because they're like $3 a piece. Whether or not that they're in consecutive order or not, but it would be still nice to own these copies because these are the copies that I read as a kid. That were my uncle's, that my uncle still has. But these are the copies, even with the weird where the top is a different color.
Oh, pizza. Hold on.
Because like 4 out of 5 have weird covers or tops, but the rest aren't. That's how you know they're old. But they're so pretty. But yeah. With the original artwork in it. Yeah, this one from 1959.
It's here. Mm.
Yay!
Who wants to have a pizza party?
Pizza sounds amazing.
What else we got? We got pizza and we got stuffed garlic knots.
But yeah, all these tops are just like, that's how you know they're old.
Yeah.
Just the tops, but the sides aren't.
That's so weird.
Because it's the dust.
Oh. Stuffed garlic knots. On the bottom it says cheese.
Because it's how the dust changes colors, and like if water gets on it.
Oh yeah.
It's how you know they're the authentic ones. And they make the sound. Sorry. I got super excited for them when I saw them. But yeah.
You find it?
Okay.
It's in the box. I can't remember where it went.
What is everyone's some of their most anticipated reads for next year?
Ooh, Chains of Gold. Chains of Gold by Cassandra Clare. That is definitely one of mine.
Let me grab my list off my board. Because I have Chosen.
I have Chosen.
That one I'm interested in. A Heart So Fierce and Broken. Like, how much should I just scream about this? King of Crows by Liver Brain.
Yeah, the Diviner series.
I need it. Like, I will cut myself and bleed because I need it that much.
Please don't.
I'm not going to, but you know what I mean.
What's awesome is I have most of the books I'm anticipating for the year. I actually already own an arc of, except for let's see, Tweet Cute. I really want Tweet Cute. Chains of Gold.
Did you see people were getting arcs of Chain of Gold?
No, I don't have an arc of Chain of Gold.
Oh, did you see that some people were?
What?
So far, I've seen like 5 people have them.
I got like a chapter sampler of it, but
no, it's like a thick, chunky. Like it's like the size of Lady Midnight. Yes, please. Which I still need to read that series.
The cabinets on the bottom, there's a big thing of styrofoam plates.
Hunting November.
What is Sadie about? I've seen that one on Goodreads a lot. Oh, Sadie's about a girl named Sadie who is trying to find her sister, or it kind of goes back and forth between two perspectives. You have Sadie as she's trying to like search for her sister and find out what happened to her sister. And then you also have this podcast that is trying to find out what happened to both girls. Mm-hmm. And the podcast is kind of following in Sadie's tracks.
Sadie's point of view is in the past, and the other one's in the present. It's like there are two different timelines too.
Though they do, I think, get close.
Yeah.
At one point, like the podcaster is close behind Sadie, I do believe.
Hunting November by Adriana Mather. We all know how much I need that book. And her husband's book comes out too. The Brave by James Bird. It's a middle grade. All I know is it's about a boy who meets a girl who thinks that when she dies, she's going to become a butterfly. It sounds
interesting.
And I need the third book to my Honey Badger Shapeshifter romances. Badger to Bone. Huh?
That sounds so weird.
But they're so good.
Okay, so some of the books that I'm looking forward to that haven't come out yet, or that are coming out in 2020, even if I have the arcs. We have A Heart So Fierce and Broken. What else? Lucky Caller by Emma Mills.
Oh yeah, Lucky Caller. Why isn't that?
What else? I'm looking at what's coming out.
Ooh, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
Oh, Of Curses and Kisses by Cynthia Mignon.
But The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is the prequel to The Hunger Games.
Oh, it's a prequel? I knew it was coming out, but I didn't know it was a prequel.
Have you seen the movies or read the books?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know the old lady from the second one, the one that Finn tries to save?
It's been forever.
She sacrifices herself for Finn.
Okay.
It's her time in the Hunger Games. And it's also when District 13 was destroyed. Originally.
Okay.
Barbara, yes, all the time. All the time.
Oh, and as I said, Tweet Cute and Chains of Gold. Really looking forward to those.
Only Mostly Devastated, which is supposed to be Rent, the musical, meets Grease. It's supposed to be like a gay version of Grease.
Interesting.
All they had to say was gay people in Greece, and I was down. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this one site that I use, and they don't really go too far in advance. So it's really all I can think of right now. I'm like really excited to read.
We don't have a date for it, but it says fall time. But Kingdom of the Wicked by Carrie Maniscalco, the same author of the Stalking Jack the Ripper series. Like, I will purchase everything and anything she writes. Because her Stalking Jack the Ripper is like one of my top 4 favorite series of all time.
Barbara says, do you have friends or family that tell you have too many books? I tell them when they pay for my books, they can have an opinion.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah. But, you know, it's great. I said to Marty one day, I was like, I think I might have too many books. He said, maybe you just need more bookshelves. I'm like, you might be right.
I mean, if you want to do any unhauls and just send them my way, you can. Granted, I'm at a bookshelf room too, so I mean, if this white bookshelf was an actual bookshelf and not a shelf that's supposed to be used for a bathroom, it would be better. So hopefully I can buy a new bookshelf soon and replace that one, and then replace the two over here in the corner that are breaking.
Walmart.
That's where my bookshelves are from.
These bookshelves here that a lot of people seem to think are like the Billy bookshelves. I got these from Walmart online. I got them on I think around Black Friday, a couple of years ago. And they were on Black Friday, they were like $25 a piece. Now, like normally they're like $40 a piece. I ordered
36.
Huh?
36 in store.
What?
If you buy the black ones from the in store, they're 36.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. These are the white ones, so I don't know if it makes much difference. But I ordered 2 more off of Amazon, thinking that they were the same shelves because they were like the same height and stuff. But unfortunately, they were not the same, and they were also like I thought they were the Walmart ones because it said mainstay.
Yeah.
But they were not the same shelves as what I have back here. They're not nearly as good of quality as these are. These are pretty sturdy shelves, and those are really flimsy. So I have them on this wall opposite me because also when I put them next to these shelves, the middle shelf that's like you can't adjust on those was like this much lower, and like my shelves all have to line up. They have to match. So those can't be beside these. So they're on a separate wall by themselves.
Well, see, I'm wanting to get at least two or three more white and 2 more black. I'm wanting to do black, white, black, white, black, white.
Mm-hmm.
Doing like a checkered pattern. Because I like that idea. In my head, I see kind of Alice in Wonderland-esque.
Mm-hmm.
But with like the black and white, and all my shelves being black and white, and my books being the color that stands out on them. But I want to put like my thrillers and stuff on like black shelves, and like my romances and contemporaries to put on a white shelf. That all about the emotion with the books too. And then my brown shelf, we're gonna paint it eventually, and it's gonna be painted either white with black writing on it or black with white, and it's gonna become my Harry Potter shelf, or like my childhood set, because I don't know if I want to purchase any more Harry Potter stuff for a while. Maybe I still need the 4th illustrated, but I may not purchase like all the sets that I want after, because I don't know if I want to give J.K. Rowling any more of my money.
Yeah, that's a tough thing because when you love the work but you don't like the author.
Yep.
I mean, if you really love the work, then it's okay, I guess.
But I don't think I want to own as many sets of it that I used to. I used to want to own every cover of every series, of every version. And now I'm like, that's too much. Even by my standards. I don't need that many copies of Harry Potter. Like getting the illustrated, maybe. Getting the British copies, maybe.
I have 3.
But
I have my box set that the Spines make Hogwarts.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have the house book for the first book. And then I have the illustrated for the first book.
I have the 3 illustrated, like the first 3 illustrated. I have all of them in hardback. And then I have the Philosopher's Stone, because I wanted to read and compare the differences between philosopher and sorcerers. The only difference is certain words. And then I found an adult fantasy cover version of Deathly Hallows. Is it Deathly Hallows? Yes. Or is it Half-Blood Prince? I don't know.
What was about the tumbler? The wine thing. I don't know. I must have brought it down. It's probably in the kitchen somewhere, but I didn't want to take a long time to look. I was going to show the tumbler to all of these lovely people. Mm-hmm.
Amen, Kelly. Amen. Books don't have ads, and that's one of the reasons why she loves them. That is perfection.
Though I was going to say books won't let you down, but no, they will. Some do.
I was about to say books don't break your heart, but then again, books are making us bawl our eyes out. So.
Yeah. What's funny is most of the books that end up being 5 stars for me are books that can actually make me cry.
See, if I cry in a book, I can't give it lower than a 5-star. Mm-hmm. Because to me, if you're getting that kind of emotion out of me, you deserve a 5-star.
I'll find it later.
But like, it's just one of those, like, with my Honey Badger Shapeshifters, yeah, I get that the first one has some problems. Like, it's not the best written book in the world, but I connected so much with the characters that it caused an emotion with me. They got 5 stars because it's one of my favorite series. Just because of the characters. And I get not everyone's going to love them because they're weird and out there and different. And as a Hufflepuff, I don't give no Hufflefucks what you think about me liking my Honey Badger Shapeshifters.
When you were talking about that book before, like when you were telling me what it was about, I was like...
Julie was the one who mentioned it in one of their drunk live shows. The minute she mentioned it, I ordered me it.
Oh my God. She's been reading some weird stuff.
Well, she hasn't even read it yet. She just mentioned it was on her shelf, and she hasn't even read it yet. As far as I know, I think I'm the only one that has read them. But, like, it's one of the first Shapeshifters book series that do weird and out there shapeshifters. And trio of sisters, one's half honey badger, half wolf, one's full honey badger, and one's half honey badger, half tiger. And the half wolf one can't shapeshift, but she can have claws and teeth, but she can't fully shapeshift into the animal. Wow. She ends up with a grizzly bear shapeshifter, and the one that's half tiger ends up with a panda bear shapeshifter, and her best friend's a jackal shapeshifter, and then there's like Wolverines in this. Like, they sound so stupid, so good. Okay, sex scenes in this one, not so good. Sex scenes in this one, perfection. Not as good as Fix Her Up by Tessa Bailey, but still.
Oh, goodness.
But again, as a Hufflepuff, you mentioned honey badgers. I'm at least going to give you a chance. And now I feel like when I write my shapeshifter story, I have to throw in at least one honey badger somewhere in it. Just because they're so fucking crazy. The sister that's full honey badger makes Bellatrix Lestrange seem nice. And not a serial killer.
Is going straight to my brain. Like,
same.
I haven't had anything in a while, And so my head's like, woo.
I already mentioned, like, what was it, 20 minutes ago that I was already getting tipsy?
Oh my gosh. So I was supposed to, hi, Night Beer.
Hi, Melissa.
I was supposed to film after the Mary Bookmas live show. But since we're doing this, I probably won't be filming tonight. But look at this. See if I can turn it. You see all those Loot Crate DX boxes? There's 14 of them,
Good Lord, woman.
which is 14 months of Loot Crate DX that I have to unbox. And then I also have to film my November book haul because I haven't done that yet. What book events are everyone going to next year?
I'm hoping there's an event that's happening here in Oklahoma with Marissa Meyer. It just depends on how much I want to pay for the ticket. If I want to buy one book and get my entrance through the thing, or buy all four, because she's doing a release for the recovers for the Lunar Chronicles. And I personally like the new covers because now it makes it seem more like a fantasy instead of a dystopian to me. And I'm, more interested in the books. I've read Cinder, but I didn't really like Cinder, but I don't like Cinderella. So Cinderella's story is always boring to me.
I'm going to YALLFest.
And
because I go to YALLFest every year. It's amazing.
Maybe if I have the money, YALLFest. Maybe if I have the money.
Yahoo Fest, Yahoo Book Fest. That's here in Chattanooga. I'll be going to that. I think that's probably all I'm going to go to. Because BEA and BookCon was an amazing experience, and I will probably do that again in the future. But this summer, I really just want to travel the world instead of going to New York.
See, with me wanting to go back to school, it all depends on finances and money on if I can go to any event. Because I'm from Oklahoma, hardly anything ever happens. But our BookCon, our teen BookCon, happens now every 2 years. So the one that I just recently went to, I won't be going to until 2021.
Books and Cars says she's definitely doing YALLFest and BookCon and Expo.
See,
Books and Cars, if you would like, you can. I want to do a big Airbnb and pull in a bunch of bookish people. If you want to book with me, you can.
I mean, if we do something like that, I might be able to afford it. If we like a bunch of people together, and
that's what I want to do, is get a bunch of people that are there for the YALLFest in one house together.
Because YALLFest would be something that would be fun. Because I don't know if I want to go to BookCon.
This is my favorite.
Because BookCon just looks too crazy.
BEA is much better than BookCon.
I would only go to BEA if I could, but I can't afford New York by the time it's going to come around. I can't. I know me. I can't. I'm a shopaholic. My money goes to things that I don't need. Like, I'm going to go buy 5 more books that I'm not going to touch for another 5 more years.
So, here's a little sneak peek on something I plan on doing for 2020. I'm going to do
I know what you're talking about.
I'm going to start out with a Wheel of TBR type thing, but then later, I don't know exactly when. I haven't figured this out yet. Probably around August, maybe. I don't know. At some point, I'm going to start doing a closet unhaul type thing, like Books and Lala. I'm going to do closet unhaul, and then when I get to a certain number of books, like if I go through the unhaul and I haven't reached a certain number, then I'm going to do a wheel of TBR to get it up to a certain number, so that I have to read X number of books each month, and then unhaul books too. I'm trying to save and maybe taxes, but I'll probably meet my friend who does body modification in New York to get dermals. Interesting.
Hey, Tabby, come to Oklahoma. We're worse than St. Louis. Trust me. You're either a redneck or you're not important.
Oh my gosh.
Still in this state.
I'm going to go ahead and apologize now, Tabby, for what I'm about to say. So I was talking to my mom about possibly doing this like cross-country trip and going all the way to California and like the places we'd see on the way there, and then coming back and the places we'd stop on the way back. And one of the places that I said we would stop on the way back, we were talking about St. Louis. And my mom was like, why would you want to go to St. Louis? She was like, there is nothing there. The city is just awful. And I was just like, but they've got the art and barbecue. And she was like, you're going to go to St. Louis for that?
I mean, why not? It's a city you haven't been to.
I've been to the Arch before.
Oh, okay.
I used to live once upon a time, a long time ago. I lived in Kansas City, Kansas.
Which isn't that far from me either, depending on which highway you go. But yeah, Oklahoma, we have casinos. That's about it. We have a couple of really good museums. We have the Native American Museum.
Nightmare said, what is everyone setting as their 2020 Goodreads goal?
I'm going to be smart, and because I'm wanting to work on writing a novel, which we all know me, I'm going to start it and put it down and never touch it again. It's me. I am setting my Goodreads goal at 60 books because that is 5 books a month. And I think that is a really good goal for me because I've been trying to do things and trying to get so many books read that I just, yeah, it's been stressful. I want to go back to having more openness with my TBRs of if I feel like reading 20 books in a month, I can. If I feel like only reading one gigantic book in a month, cool. And where did my chat go?
There
they are.
I don't know that I'm going to do a goal. So I didn't do any Goodreads goal this year.
Girl, you don't add your books to Goodreads.
Okay, so last year.
Bad about that.
Hold on. I think I have it up still. Last year, I was really good at putting all of my books in and writing reviews, and I kept it making my goal bigger and bigger and bigger, and I did that all the way until October. So sometime in October of 2018, I stopped putting my stuff into Goodreads. At that point, for 2018, I had read 118 books. Because I actually still have the my year 2018 in books on Goodreads here. My shortest book being 112 pages. My longest book was 725 pages. The most popular book I read. Huh?
You should see mine this year. My shortest book.
My most popular book was Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. My highest rated book was Clockwork Princess. But yeah, so up until October of 2018, I read 118 books that year. And then I got behind. And then I was like, well, okay, I'll catch up later. And so I didn't do an end of the year thing with all of my stuff because I didn't complete everything until the end of the year. So I didn't end up setting anything for 2019 because I hadn't caught up on 2018. And I still haven't caught up on, I haven't done anything with it. So it's still, the books that are up on my Goodreads are the books that I was reading in October of 2018. So I'm over a year behind on updating my Goodreads. So I just need to like go and just not write reviews and just put stars for those books. But I have to go back because I can't remember what I rated everything. So I actually have to go back and watch through over a year of vlogs because I stopped doing wrap-ups. So I have to watch over a year of vlogs to do my updated Goodreads.
Girls, start January 1st and don't worry about the rest until you have time.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. This year I would just start over and like try to go forward from here, and then yeah.
See, for this year, I have read 109 books so far at 32,000 something pages. My shortest book is Becoming the Dark Prince by Carrie Maniscalco at 64 pages. My longest book this year apparently was Heavenly Fire at 725 pages.
That was my longest book of 2018.
My most popular book is The Fault in Our Stars. What is sad is my least popular book happens to be one of my all-time favorite manga series, and that is Fushigi Yugi's final volume, which kind of makes me sad. But
my least favorite.
And my highest rated on Goodreads book is Clockwork Princess, which has a 4.59 rating on Goodreads.
So 2018, Clockwork Princess was my highest rated.
And average rating is a 4.7, which I'm not surprised, seeing as if a book's going to be like a 3-star, I tend to put them down if I'm not interested in them. It has to be like a really like the end of the book changes my entire opinion of the book for me to lower past a 4, so it's not surprising that I rate things with high ratings.
My least popular book of 2018 was Testament of Feats by K.H. Jones.
Yes, I have Night Fear and loved it. I have the second one out from the library, but I don't think I'm going to get to it this month, but I'll get to it in January.
It said 0 people also read this book.
What book?
Wait, hold on, let me go back to it. Testament of Feats by K.H. Jones.
Oh.
It says 0 people also read it. My average rating for 2018 was a 4.0. My first review of the year was Wayfarer, and that was a 4-star.
Can you guess what my first review was for 2019?
Killing November?
Yep. Because I had the ARC, and we were doing the ARC tour.
My last review that I actually posted the review of for 2018 was Witch and Wizard by James Patterson, and I gave it 2 stars.
I love that series. Still need to finish it. I don't even know what happened to my copies. Yay! Night Fear. It is a really good book. I gave it a 4-star, I think, because it was one of those that it took me a second to like believe that it was believable of a paranormal. But after I just let myself go and just had fun with the character, I loved her. So I'm very interested in finishing that series. See, that's me, Kelly, because I still have Lady Midnight, Lord of Shadows, and Queen of Air and Darkness to get to this year before Chain of Gold. I also haven't read any of the short story collection ones because me and short stories just really don't mix.
You know those 3-tier cards that like everybody has? So
Which I need to get one.
yeah, mine is packed completely full. Like everywhere you can possibly get books is packed completely full. And then I have a stack like this sitting on top of the books that are on the top shelf of that. And then I have 2 more stacks that are like this sitting on the floor beside it. And they're all arcs. Now, granted, half of them came out already, and the other half is yet to come out. But I'm like, that's really what my big focus I think needs to be on. But I don't know, because I'm also wanting to read some of my like backlisted books, I guess. All the books that I've had for years and haven't gotten around to finally reading.
My main focus for 2020 is going to be this little page right here. This little page is the books that were gifted to me by Bookish friends. Because I went through my bookshelves and realized I haven't gravitated towards picking those up because some of them are in odd places on my bookshelves because of where they fit. So my goal is, because when I get the box, whenever it shows up, all of those are getting written down. And I'm going to be trying to incorporate these into every month. That way I want to do, like, once I finish those 10 books that you sent for my birthday, or should I say at least 9 out of 10, because one of them I don't know if I can actually read as a book. But
explain.
The Slayer's Watch Guide. It's one of those that I'm like, I would read it like an informational one. Not like read it from cover to cover. It's like one of those, like, I might read a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit. That's why that one's not added to this, because it's like different.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to eventually, once I read all the books, I'm going, like, from one person, like, oh, they sent me this package. I'm going to do a video talking about and rating them and if my tastes add up with said person. Because I have a stack of 4 books down there that were bought for me from a friend that I went to Salem with back in 2017 for my birthday, I think. No, 2018 for my birthday. And I haven't gravitated towards any of them because they sound interesting, but they're not like ones that are like high on my priority list. Because they're like Princess of Thorns, The Daughter of Deep Silence, The Trilogy of Two, The Appearance,
and The Daughter of Deep Silence. That's Carrie Ryan, right?
Which one?
Daughter of Deep Silence. That's Carrie Ryan, right?
Yes.
Definitely read that one. It's good.
And Princess of Thorns is a Princess Aurora retelling.
I read Daughter of Deep Silence a couple of years ago. It's really good. Have you ever watched the show? I think it's called Revenge.
Yes.
It's very much like those same kind of vibes.
Okay.
So
cool. But it's like one of those, I'm like, I've gotten all these books from people that I realized, like, by the end of the year, I was like, wait, I didn't touch as many of those as I thought I did. Like, my head, I look at them and I'm going, oh, I've read that, or I've read that, or I've read that. And in actual reality, I'm like, wait, I never picked it up, did I? So it's going to be me, like, filling in and coloring them so I can be like, okay, I have read that. Oh, I have read that. That way I can.
About one of the books, I think it might be the only one that I've read that you sent me for my birthday. The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty.
No,
I did not.
I also sent Killing November, and you read that.
Oh yeah, okay, good. Because yeah, there are some other ones like the Hogwarts Library ones that I haven't read yet, but I want to. And then there was like a middle grade book by Greg Howard.
Yeah,
I haven't
which is
seen that one
really
either.
good. I didn't rate it on Goodreads because I went back and thought I had, but I don't remember where I put my information where I actually read it. But that book was really good, and it's one of those that I thought you and Xander might like. It's a really weird story, but it's really cute. And no, I haven't yet, Melissa, but you are on my booktuber recommendations list of to read said book. It is on. You are right there with that book. So it will get read. That's also a goal. Because people have been recommending books, and I'm like, oh my god, so many. Now I have a paper, I have everything written down, and I'm at least going to spend this year reading the most important ones. There are a few on here that are so outside my comfort zone, like Humans by Matt Haig.
I've heard that was good.
I've heard it was good too, but I'm like, it's so outside my comfort zone that I'm just like, if I throw
Cody's book corner, she liked that.
Julie from Hungry Bookworm suggested I read Perfume, the one that the Alan Rickman movie is based off of, which is a really good movie.
Oh, I think I've seen that movie.
But it's like one of those books that I'm like, that sounds really good, but will I actually like it? Or now, one that I am super excited for is Bailey from Books and Babble suggested I read a book called Ball Peen Hammer. She said it's the most funny book. Like she says it's the most hilarious book she's ever read, and it's a romance, and it just sounds hilarious to the point where I feel like I'm going to be laughing from page 1 to the end.
Never heard of that one.
And I have Your Death Prefers Blondes, which didn't realize until I was hauling the other book that I own by him that it was the same author. As I read out his name, I was like, wait, that's the same author as Death Prefers Blondes. Okay. And then I put down, even though Chelsea hasn't told me to read it, Chelsea from Chelsea Dolling, but I put down The Last True Poets of the Sea just because she's been raving about it. And I took her recommendation for, where the hell is it? Summer of Salt, and absolutely loved it. So
if she would recommend any one book, though, she'd recommend The Hating Game.
Oh, well, yeah, and I've read that. And I gave that a 4.5 out of 5 stars. I liked it, but I'm new to romances, so. And then Rachel from Rachel Marie.
I'm going to add that to my wheel, like BookTuber Rec.
I like the idea. I was thinking about putting all of these in like a jar and drawing like a couple of them and seeing which ones I can get from the library and doing it that way. Because I own a couple of them, but like I got one the other day for $1 because Mackie and Alexa from Alexa Loves Books has been raving about this series for a while. And it's one that sounds interesting. I just did not realize it was so thick. And that is Cashil's Dart.
Okay.
But I did not expect it to be like that.
They,
It is 901 pages.
how much?
901.
I'm curious how many pages this thing has. This is 669 pages, but they're tall pages.
This is a mass market. And it is a dense, like, that is some dense writing. So I really hope I like this, because if I'm bored halfway, like at the beginning, I'm not going to want to finish it. Not something this thick.
I wouldn't say to make yourself, because I'm big on DNFing. More
Same.
so now than I used to be. Because before I was like, well, if I'm investing any time in the book, I'm going to read the whole book. But now I'm big on, if I'm not enjoying it and I don't think I'm going to enjoy it, let it go. Let it go.
See, that's what I plan on doing, but I have a rule. If the book is on my someone gifted it to me list, I have to finish them. Unless the only exception to the rule is if halfway through it I'm wanting to poke my eyes out and I'm dying inside and I'm getting depressed and almost to the point where I may attempt suicide, those books will be put down.
Perfectly understandable. Oh my gosh, I'm going to sleep really good tonight because I already felt myself like I could just curl up in the ball and sleep now. Wine makes me sleep.
I mean, like, this is my third glass, so I feel you there.
I've only had here.
I mean,
I don't know how you fit 3 glasses with that.
my first glass wasn't poured that much. And I want to finish series this year. That's another big thing. I want to finish up some of my series.
I feel like I have to like reread some series to like really be able to finish them, which really sucks because I don't want to take the time to reread some series. Like I was going through the Dorothy Must Die series, and I loved that series.
Mm-hmm.
And Marty's going to bed. Hold on. Good night. Xander's there in the corner if you're looking for him.
You lost the book. I love how you put those in parentheses, Kelly. I like your thinking. I lost a book. I love that thinking. I'm going to be calling that from now on. I'm like, I lost the book, so I don't know what happened to it. So I'm never going to read it again. But continue.
No. Are you finished the stuff? Yeah, it depends on how much you got done.
See, Melissa, that's the.
I want to finish series and try to start new ones until I finish half of them. Of course, I just started the solo series.
I mean, Melissa, I have so many series on my shelf because Melanie introduced me to Book Outlet and Thrift Books, which has ruined my bank account.
Book Outlet is the best.
But I have like completed series on my shelf that I'm like, those are just sitting there. I want to at least give them a chance, like attempt the first couple of them, or I want to finish out some series. And I just recently hauled, well, I haven't done a haul video yet for December, but I recently brought in the last 2 books to the Red Queen series because I found them for like $2 a piece. And
bought the last book of the Red Queen series, even after I had read it and didn't care for it.
it's what I've heard, but they were such in good condition that I could not pass up $2. Because they are these right here. Let me grab them.
Well, for me, it was like, okay, we've read the entire series, and I liked most of the series. And it was okay at the end, but it wasn't, I wasn't, like, in love with it.
See, like, I found a perfectly good copy for $2.
Wow.
And then I found this British copy
What you get for R4?
of the third one, but it's one of the tall paperbacks instead of their normal size paperbacks in England. And I was like, what? I was like, what? That's a rare book to find in Oklahoma. Like, the fact that it's the same height as the American hardback, I was like, what? And I already own books 1 and book 2, so I was like, I'll at least give the series a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the series.
I was like, if I don't like it, then I'm out $4 extra.
Did you do W7?
And this is the pretty Barnes and Nobles edition that has a map in it.
It's pretty. Yeah, that last one, I was just like, I got it because I wanted to complete the series, and I had all the other books.
Yeah. But I'm also, like, not itching for a fantasy series that's not like this. I need this. This is like this can be put on the back burner for a bit.
Fine, Xander, go ahead. If you don't like them, you can send them to me, Nitro says.
Okay.
Yeah, Marty and I, we listened to the entire Red Queen series together, and it started out strong for me, and we both were really, really enjoying it. But as the series went, it was still okay. I didn't dislike it, but as the series went, I cared less and less for the main characters and more for the side characters. So by the end, I was just like, okay, the main characters are just kind of annoying, and I could do without them altogether. Mm-hmm. So I was just like, that's not really how it should be. And I think I gave, like, the last book or two, like 3 or 3.5 stars, and ended up giving the series overall, like 3.5 stars. Just because it was like 4 or 4.5 stars in the beginning, and it just went down.
See, that's my thoughts on the Three Dark Crowns series. I've read the first 2, absolutely love them. I'm reading the third one. I don't give 2 rats ass. It's one of those. So I gave all the 3 that I own. All she has to do is get the final one. But I gave them to my roommate because she's interested in them. And I'm just like, I'm just not interested in books like that right now. It's like, if I want to reread it, I'll borrow it from her.
Oh, like, what I was saying about the Dorothy Must Die series is, like, I read all of that series except for the last book and the little novella, the volumes that came after. And the book before the last, I was reading in one of those 24-hour readathons, and it was like I finished it towards the end of a 24-hour readathon. And so my brain was kind of mush at that point, so I felt like I didn't really hold in all of that. There's Xander. Hold in all of the information from that book. And then I was like, well, later I'll go back and I'll reread that book and the rest. But that was a year and a half ago. And so now I'm like, I may have to read more to remember to lead me up to the book that I finished. And then I can continue on. So I'm like, I'm going to have to reread the whole freaking series probably.
See, that's how I feel about the Bone Witch trilogy. I've read the first two and still need to read the third one, but I feel like I need to go back and read the first two before I can read the third one. But it's like that series, it's one of those series that I'm like, I really don't want to have to reread that. That was a journey. I loved him, gave him 5 stars, but I don't think my heart can take it. Just, I can't.
How many books are in which series, Kelly?
I think she was talking about the Victoria Aveyard.
The Red Queen series or Dorothy Must Die series?
If it's Red Queen, there's 4 and 2 novellas. And
really?
Yeah.
4? Okay.
And they just came out with the other novella, Broken Crown or Broken Throne or something.
Let's see. The Dorothy Must Die. Dude, my brain is mush right now. I feel it. It's just like, I'm clicking on Goodreads here. Skip past the novellas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4? Yeah, okay. There's just 4. So, yeah. The last one there's 4 plus there's 3 volumes of novellas. So I read the first 3 books, but the third one I read finished at the end of a 24-hour readathon and need to reread that. So yeah, I still have like 4 freaking books to read because I have, they're right here.
Ooh.
So I still need to read.
Okay, Tabby.
This one, The End of Oz, and then here are the volumes, volume 1, 2, and 3, and they're full size.
Tabby, that series sounds freaking amazing, and I need to check it out.
I'm really digging Jennifer L. Armentrout books. Oh my gosh, are you reading the Dark Element series? I haven't read that yet, but I read Storm and Fury and absolutely loved it. And now, because I know it's set in the Dark Elements world, I want to go back and read the Dark Elements because Storm and Fury was amazing.
I still need to read those. I have those on like a list somewhere.
I love my books.
I would show you guys mine, but my shelves are kind of destroyed right now. I was filming a video yesterday, and the second video I didn't realize my camera had died, and I was sitting there talking for a good 30 minutes. So I gotta refilm.
There's 3 cats right here. Katniss, Tigger, Sasha.
Yeah, Red Queen is 4 books and 2 novellas. That's why I was thinking 4 books for for 3 Dark Crowns, because I had Queens of Finburn, the novella collection. I have that
one too. So 3 Dark Crowns, I think. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I listened to the audiobook of that, but I think that was like after one of the surgeries I had, and I was like doped up on painkillers and stuff, and so I don't remember. And so I was like, I have to reread that entire series because I vaguely remember some of the first, And I think I actually listened to the first and the second, but I was too doped up to remember, to like retain it.
They're interesting. It's just my brain can't, like, is not wanting those type of books right now. It's wanting mysteries and weirdness. And even though this is still a little too on the nose with the board game Clue, like she tripped over a gigantic brass candlestick that was chunked at the headmaster. So I'm like,
There is a thing I keep seeing it like show up on my Instagram, and I guess it's like it's something that you can do in several big cities. So for you, it might be like in Oklahoma City or something. They have it available in Chattanooga. It's called Clued In or something like that. And so you get a group of people together, and you have to have a smartphone and stuff, and you pay like, I don't know, $45 or something like that for a party of up to 6 people.
yeah.
And each person has a different assigned job in this. You're acting as the detectives in a game of Clue, but it's based in your city, and so it tells you, okay, you go to, like, whenever you get to the starting place, wherever it is, they'll tell you where the starting place is. You go there and you say okay, and you hit start on your phone, and it'll tell you like a clue, and you have to like go around and I think take pictures and stuff, and kind of you have I forget how long to determine who done it, and you have a couple of hours, and it can take you anywhere from like a short amount of time to several hours to figure it out. And there's prizes for like the teams that do like really for like the best outfits, because people will get all done up in like detective outfits or whatever, or finishing the quickest, or
It's not
like,
bad that I kind of want to do that with my drag family and have us all dressed up as like drag version of Sherlock Holmes.
that's great.
I would definitely
Marty and I
like a
did
flapper
something
dress.
similar to that.
Would definitely be a flapper dress with my long cigarette.
Marty and I have done something similar to that. It was like a scavenger hunt type thing around Chattanooga, and it was just the two of us, and they'd made it like a date thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've seen it pop up as like this clued in thing, and it looks like it would be a lot of fun. I wonder if I can get it to show up, since I have been talking about it, and obviously Instagram and Facebook, they listen to you.
The government, they're watching.
They know what I'm into. I get so many ads for travel stuff. They target me well. They target me really, really well. Oh, hey, the Adventure Challenge books. I bought those off of Instagram. Clued in. Show me the clued in stuff. Showing me travel stuff. Because it knows I want to go everywhere and do everything. Oh my gosh. These Bowbacks jackets are so cool. I want one. They're like over $100. But there's like 25 compartments to put stuff.
I don't know if I need
It comes with like an instant inflate neck pillow and an eye mask in the hood. It's for traveling and stuff.
Huh, that'd be interesting.
Oh, look, scavengerhunt.com just showed up. They're listening.
Oh, speaking of, I would show you.
Clued Up Games.
Oh, nice. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay,
It's Clued UPP Games.
While I have you here, Death Prefers Blondes, because the author.
Yes.
This is the other book.
Mm-hmm.
That I saw that. Excuse me, and I thought it was an Alice in Wonderland retelling.
Is it not?
No.
That's too bad.
But that cover is.
I have something else by him as well
Yeah,
that I'm really looking for.
You have that one.
Oh, yeah.
But this one,
Yeah.
it's such a weird premise.
Oh, yeah.
I was so freaking intrigued.
Yeah, last scene leaving. I'm really excited to check this out because so good.
And because you're so excited for the other one, I'm extremely excited for this one. This has kind of moved up more on my TBR, knowing that it's the same author.
Okay, so on the back of this, there's two little things, mentions of this book and the one you have. And for this one, it says a BuzzFeed Best YA Novel, an important addition to the world of queer young adult fiction. For this one, and for yours, it says twisty plotting, suspenseful pacing, and vivid characters add up to a heart-pounding page turner that you'll stay up way too late to finish. Karen M. McManus. And Teen Vogue says the perfect mystery to dive into.
Like, this sounds so fucking good.
Have you read what this one's about?
Yes.
Other than what I said?
Yes.
For those of you that don't know, I'm going to read the back to you. Wait, no, not the back. The inside. Teenage socialite Margot Manning leads a dangerous double life. By day, she dodges the paparazzi while soaking up California sunshine. By night, however, she dodges security cameras and armed guards, pulling off high-stakes cat burglaries with a team of flamboyant young men. In and out of disguise, she's in all the headlines. But then Margot's personal life takes a sudden dark turn, and a job to end all jobs lands her crew in peril. Overnight, everything she's counted on is put at risk. Backs against the wall, the resourceful thief draws on her special skills to survive. But can one rebel heiress and 4 kickboxing drag queens withstand the slings and arrows of truly outrageous fortune? Or will a mounting sea of troubles end them for good? It's so good. It does not do it justice for how freaking amazing this book is.
Well, see,
I can't wait for you to read it.
and this one says Rufus Holt is having the worst night of his life. It begins with the reappearance of his ex-boyfriend, Sebastian, the guy who stomped his heart out like a spent cigarette. Just as Rufus is getting ready to move on, Sebastian turns up out of the blue saying they need to talk. Things couldn't get worse, right? But then Rufus answers a call from his sister, April, begging for help. And then he and Sebastian find her drenched in blood and holding a knife beside the dead body of her boyfriend, Fox Whitney. April swears she didn't kill Fox, but Rufus knows her too well to believe she's telling him the whole truth. April has something he needs, though, and her price is his help. Now, with no one to trust but the boy he wants to hate, yet can't stop loving, Rufus has one night to prove his sister's innocence or die trying. That looks amazing.
Kelly was like, talk of fried Oreos inspired me to make cookies. And then she said, they're done now. And I was like, oh, I want some fresh baked cookies. And I was like, oh, yeah, I ordered this.
But yeah, I found this book for $3. And I was
They didn't cut it. I guess I have to eat the whole thing.
Do it. Do it!
No. $3, that's cool.
But this just sounds really good.
I'm pretty sure I found this one on Book Outlet.
Let me pull up my Book Outlet and see if I can add it to my cart. And I'll just read all of his books. Watch me not like a single one.
I'm almost 100% certain you're gonna like Death Prefers Blonde.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so good.
Oh, but it's the paperback.
This is paperback.
Yeah, I'll add it. I was hoping it'd be a hardback so I could get the hardback of all of them. They'd be sitting side by side. The only thing that irritates me is seeing Death Prefers Blonde next to these covers and it not matching. Because this one looks a lot like Last Seen Leaving, but
It
Death
does.
Prefers Blonde looks nothing like it.
Oh, what's funny is I ended up getting this other book from Amazon. It was one of those
Oh, the one that has the similar cover as
yeah,
Death Prefers
like
Blonde that you did in your video?
Scars Like Wings.
Yeah.
It has like a wig, the same kind of cover, which I thought was crazy. But they don't sound anything at all alike. Like the Scars with Wings is more of a is going to be like a hard hitting emotional kind of read. But I couldn't not get it because of that cover. That cover made me want to get it.
You're like, it resembles a book I've read that I love. Maybe it'll be another love.
But see, I know better because I've watched Books and Lala's video where she was reading books that have book covers like the book that she loves. And then she didn't
reading most of them.
They were nothing like the books she loved. They're just the covers were the same, and she didn't end up loving them. And so I know that was what caught my attention. But what initially really did get me to get the book was what I read about it. Mm-hmm. Because if it just had the cover, I probably wouldn't have gotten it, but I would have really wanted to.
See, I blame my roommate because the initial of me wanting to read this was this spine, and then I pulled it out and saw this cover. And it was an instant, I don't care what the book's about, I'm getting it regardless. Now let's see what it's about. Because my roommate has a thing about all of her covers have to be something she finds aesthetically pleasing. And she'll buy the book without reading what the book's about. She's like, but it's a pretty cover, I want it now. It's like, but it's a contemporary and you hate contemporary. And it's a pretty cover. It's contemporary. You won't read it.
Yeah, I definitely do some cover buying. I love a pretty book. However, I think there's only been one book that I bought because like I didn't know anything about the book, but I just couldn't, like, for some reason couldn't get this cover out of my mind. And then I bought the book. I've read the book. Meh. It was just okay. And when I read the back of the book, I was like, this doesn't sound like anything I'd want to read. But I was obsessed with the cover. So I read the book anyway. And I really didn't care for it exactly like I expected. It was very like Western-y kind of. Oh, yeah. It was like fantasy and Western mixed together. And I didn't.
Was it that really gunslinger girl?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, I bought that because it's a James Patterson Presents. And I'm like, oh, James Patterson. He endorses it. I'm going to love it. I got 10 pages in and I went, nope, I can't. It
was by, I think, Alwyn Hamilton.
Yeah.
Was the author?
No.
Rebel in the Sands was the book.
Oh, Rebel of the Sands. Okay.
Yeah, but she's a gunslinger.
I have that on my shelf. No one told me she was a gunslinger. I don't like books with guns. Yeah. I like that now.
Yeah, she's a gunslinger, and it's like a Western meets a fantasy, and I really Western meets fantasy with genies. Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
One of these things just doesn't belong here.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Can I think it's closer to me probably.
See, Han is over there, so Hamilton.
Yeah, it's right there. God, it's on the bottom. Oh, no, it's not.
Got a new phone. It's got a pretty back. It's hard to see.
I don't know what happened to my copy.
It looks like that. It's like pearlescent. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh, it's right here.
But all my pretty bookish phone cases won't fit. I have to get a new case. Yep, that was the one. I just couldn't put it, like, put that cover down for some reason. And so I ended up buying it. And then I read it later and I was like, why did I buy this?
Because you're glutton for punishment.
Yeah, because I have a problem. Okay, I have a problem. It's a book
Because
problem.
you do way too much book outlet ordering.
Rebel of the Sands wasn't a bad book. It just wasn't my kind of book. I think I ended up giving it like a 3 or a 3.5 stars. There wasn't anything wrong with it. It was an enjoyable read. It was more enjoyable than I thought it would be because I thought I'm going to hate this. But, yeah.
I mean, it's a retelling, so of 1001 Nights.
Yeah. Like I said, I liked it a lot more than I thought I was going to like it, but it still was just a book for me. Right now, I don't know what I got through, like, weird stages of what I'm into as far as books. Like, I mean, I'm always going to love a good retelling. I'm always going to love a good book, period. But just what books I'm in the mood for kind of changes. Like, I will sometimes get, like, I love fantasy, but I'll find that I'll make myself kind of like with the mushrooms. I'll make myself sick of fantasy that I don't want to read any fantasy for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll end up switching and, like, overdosing on a different kind of genre until I'm just like, I really need something else. And that's kind of how I end up going. Like, I'll want to read all of the retellings, or I'll want to read all of the fantasy, or I'll want to read all of the contemporaries or whatever. And yeah, if I'm just reading, like, based on mood, I will, like, make myself sick of a genre because I'll overdo it in one thing.
See, it's like me. I'm always going to love my witch books or my thrillers. But lately it's been like I've been gravitating towards romance. Could be because I'm in a happy relationship for once. Even though I might have almost scared him off the other day.
Don't do that.
I told him about a dream that Lawrence had. I didn't quite tell him that I had a similar dream. But I was playing it by ear to see what he would say about it. But Lawrence had a dream of mine and his wedding, about mine and the boyfriend's wedding.
Mm.
And yeah, didn't go over so well. Granted, he kept trying to, like, state that I would be wearing a dress to our wedding, which I'm looking at him like, excuse me. I mean, maybe.
Barbara was asking Night Fear if she's read City of Brass and Kingdom of Copper.
I actually have City of Brass on my shelf that I got from a friend, and it's on that other list of ones that I have to check out.
I need to read City of Brass. I actually won Kingdom of Copper from Barbara. Like, I won Kingdom of Copper, and I thought I had City of Brass, and so now I have Kingdom of Copper, and I need to read City of Brass. But Yeah. I really need to. I need to read what I already have. I need to stop. I'm not going to stop. I know I'm not going to stop, but I need to stop buying more books. I'm not going to stop. I know I'm not going to stop.
Or Book Outlet just needs to make you a vlogger friend.
They were going to do something. And then the person that was like handling that, I don't know what happened, but he doesn't work there anymore. And then the person that took over his position, she was like, she she had a very different response. Along the lines of I needed more subscribers, even though I was the highest referring person they've ever had. Yeah, her response was they really don't do anything with people with less than 10,000 subscribers. However, I am the person that has referred the most people ever to Book Outlet.
You're the reason why I use Book Outlet. So
no, literally, they're like the reason the first person contacted me was because they thought there was like a mistake.
Yeah,
I am the person that has brought in more people than anybody else ever has. So that's why he wanted to get me into working for them. But he doesn't work there anymore, so.
Well, he should have quit or got transferred or whatever after they made you part of it.
I know. Oh, y'all want to see the most beautiful book that I've gotten recently? It's
Sure.
so pretty.
I think mine are just the Hardy Boys books that I showed earlier.
This is a book that I pre-ordered, and oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. And I'm pretty sure I showed you a picture of it.
Yes. I need to get me a copy of that.
It's so beautiful.
It really is.
The only thing I can say about this is where they did this kind of thing for the 10th anniversary of City of Bones. They did the gold foil edges on it, and they didn't do that on this, which is sad. But there's Tessa.
Oh, Tessa. Oh, I love Tessa.
Jim and Yasmin.
Jim. Oh my God, Jim. Even though I'm more of a Will fan.
Henry and Charlotte.
Yes. That artwork is gorgeous.
Will and Sophie.
Will looks so cute.
And Gabrielle Lightwood.
Yes. Also, if you guys haven't read any of the Shadowhunters series, at least read the Infernal Devices, because that is the only time I've ever seen a love triangle done right. Love it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I didn't even look at this. Okay, so this is a map of for real London. And these are all the places where these things are in London. So it shows you on the map where number 1 is, and number 1 is Tessa and Jim's meeting place. And number 2 is the Yinfin house.
I want to go to London so bad just to go to that bridge. Like
number 3 is the Institute. Number 4 is I want to take this book this summer.
Do it.
I'm going to take this book with me this summer. I'll have to figure out how to fit it into what I'm carrying. Oh, so Tessa's in the front and Will's in the back. Also, it has all of the birthdays of all the characters. So Jim's birthday is November 8th, 1860. Tessa is January 28th, 1862. Will's birthday is coming up. It's December 30th, 1860. Gabrielle is June 2nd, 1860. Charlotte is May 11th, 1855. Henry is March 5th, 1856. Sophie is February 7th, 1858. And Yasmin is August 10th, 1860.
Oh, Melissa, I have that book on the list. That book sounds really good. Strange Grace.
I have that book. I have that book.
It was in my book on Book Outlet, but I found other things that were needed, so that one got pushed back. It was like these were needed.
Well, never mind. I can't wait for you to get your box.
And I will be doing an unboxing of that and posting it.
Just remember when you unbox it to look inside the books, especially in the front covers. I've gone on Book Outlet and the books I wanted I have found cheaper elsewhere, so I still haven't bought from them. Wow, that's pretty impressive. I usually
Ollie's.
What?
Melissa has a place that she shops at called Ollie's.
Oh, we have Ollie's here too.
Well, she's from close to where you're at.
Oh.
She gets her books for like $1, $3, $4.
Yeah, Ollie's is great. Ollie's and McKay's are great. Ollie's is their selection's a little smaller. Their prices are amazing, but their selection's a little smaller and kind of scattered. So it's hard to like. They're not like in order by author or anything like that. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to find anything.
Dollar Tree.
Yeah. I usually I have gotten stuff from Ollie's. They're fun to get, but I do a lot of McKay's, and McKay's was like my go-to place for getting books. But then I'll go, and while I'm at McKay's, I find a book that I'm interested in, and then I'll look at both Thrift Books and Book Outlet, and I'll have those pulled up on my phone to see which is the better deal. And then sometimes McKay's wins out, sometimes Book Outlet wins out. Now, if the book is like, because I've gotten 10-cent books and 25-cent books and stuff from McKay's, those usually you can't beat those prices. So I'll just get it there.
See, one of these days I just need to come visit and we go shopping at McKay's, because we don't have something like that here. We have half-price books. That's about it.
Oh my gosh, you would just be in like heaven at McKay's.
Yes. Oh
yeah, I know Night Fair that it has like it's separated into. They have like a table or whatever that's like children's. They have the YA. But it's just different than like if you go into a bookstore, like a regular bookstore, McKay's or something. You never know what they're going to have, and it's harder to find like a specific something there. But the prices are great, and I've gotten lots and lots of good stuff from Ollie's. I think we went and I did like a little bit of a Black Friday book haul from Ollie's last year. I did do a Book Outlet Black Friday order this year.
I'm trying to save what's in my Book Outlet thing for their one that's coming up.
Boxing Day.
Yeah. Trying to save for that, so maybe I can get everything that's in my cart instead of having to put a few things back for now.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh my God, I'm not
going to wait to get your box.
Huh? Sorry, the boyfriend's texting over here, and okay, I'm going to point this out real fast. I am dating someone who hates and I mean hates, Harry Potter. And my thoughts on that. But he literally just texted me and said, J.K. Rowling has now came out against trans women. Did you hear about that? I'm like, well, duh. Like, duh. He's like, I love it. She's getting eaten alive by her own kind. I'm like, I'm just not getting into this with you right now. Because just not. I get it. You don't like Harry Potter, but still. I'm like, he doesn't watch my videos. So I'll say whatever I want.
So Night Fair, the way the Ollies that we have a new one. I haven't been to that one yet, but the one that I was going to, they have tables, and like the books are set on tables, and then they have one section that's a wall, but what's on the wall is just like the cookbooks and things like that. So what's on the tables is all the other books, and there's like 4 or 5 tables, and that's how the Ollies that I've gone to is set up with their books. So yeah, kind of on trying to find stuff. I'll have to film the next time I go into the Ollies and show how the books are. Are you okay, Clint?
Yeah, I'm okay. Boyfriend just irritates me from time to time.
How is yours set up? Is it set up more like a bookstore, Melissa? My Ollie's is like, it's fun to go in, but it's kind of a mess. It's very much a surplus kind of store where you have like all kinds of everything that's random, and it's great. And I love those kind of stores because you never know what you're going to find in there, and they're always great deals, but totally random. I only go in there like if I'm not looking, I won't go into that store looking for something specific. If they send me an ad and I'm like, ooh, I want to get that, then maybe. For the most part, I don't go in there looking for any particular thing. It's just look at all the mess they have and get some stuff at really great prices.
See, that's kind of how, like, with my library in Norman, they have this little room set off to the side now where it has shelves of books that you can purchase for either $1 or $2. That's where I have found several of my new James Pattersons, doing that in Goodwill, because I'm trying to find like his newest books, but if I can get them for really cheap, I will, because I can't afford a $36 hardback. But if I can find it for $3.50 or $1 or $2, yes, please.
Oh yeah, I love the Friends of the Library sales. Oh, I love those. Like, because they'll do,
we have one coming up in February that's going to be out at the state fairgrounds, and they rent out this entire thing, and it's like 50 tables full of books. And then there's boxes of books that you can pay for like $10 and not know what's in it. That will say like YA, or it'll say romance, or it'll say yada yada. Last year I went with my cousin, and we got 3 of the big boxes of the YA, $10 a piece, and we like capped what we wanted and took the rest to half price books that we were never going to read. And we got like $137 store credit.
Nice.
Because there was like some rare books in there that we didn't realize were rare. And we just sold them to them, and we went and got the books that we wanted. I was like, I like this.
Yeah. With ours, the way they do it is like there's like the regular days, they have different kinds of days. So like on the regular days, it's split into children's or adults. And so the YA all classifies as the children's.
Yeah.
And so children's paperback is 50 cents, hardcover is $1. Adult is paperbacks $1, hardcovers $2, and that's how it is.
Good night, Barbara. I hope you get to feeling better. And I'll come check out your videos. Don't worry, I make self-conscious videos and call myself trash in like 95% of my videos. No, my boyfriend won't even take the test to figure out what he is.
Feel better, Barbara. Bye. You won't take the test?
No. I'm dating a muggle. I'm not dating anybody that goes to Hogwarts. I'm dating a muggle.
You know, you could totally secretly give him the test. You could be like, so what do you prefer, night or day? So if you had to choose between a cat, whatever, which would you choose?
See, one of these nights, I want to get him drunk so that I can just get him to take the test. Like, just take the test for me, babe. Please. Please.
Don't even tell him what test you're giving him. Just have him say, okay, I want you to sit across the table from me. You have your computer in front of you, facing towards you. He only sees the back of your computer. You're like, okay, we're going to take this compatibility test. I just ask him questions.
He's already asked that when we get our own place together, which I don't know why he's thinking that ahead when he's scared about other things. When we have our library, which he said our library, and I just looked at him and was like, our? You mean mine? He has to put a curtain around the bookshelf that'll have all the Harry Potter stuff on it, so he doesn't have to look at them. And I just looked at him and was like, sure, babe. Sure, I'll do a curtain. I'll do a gigantic Hufflepuff flag in front of it, where he has to see all. Huh?
Has he read them?
Yes. And me and him have had multiple conversations, and he likes to constantly compare her to Stephanie Meyer. I don't know why. Two completely different type of books, but whatever. In his opinion, Stephanie Meyer is a storyteller but not a writer, and J.K. Rowling is a writer but not a storyteller. He says that she uses too big of words for the audience that he is aiming it at, and they are so overrated that he does not know why she's as famous as she is.
I don't know that she actually read them.
I just look at it like you're entitled to your own opinion, even if your opinion is wrong. I'm like, you have horrible taste in books anyways. Granted, I kind of agree with him on some things when it comes to books, but
I mean, I like Marissa Meyer a lot. I love her books. For one, she sounds like a freaking Disney princess in real life, which just blows my mind. Because I've met her, and when I met her, she talked like this. Marissa Meyer.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, I know that there's a lot of drama surrounding J.K. Rowling, and honestly, from things that I have heard, I don't entirely know if she actually was the real writer of the books. But the Harry Potter series, in my opinion, is great. The author may or may not be great, but the stories are great.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel the same way about the Marissa Meyer, like, Lunar Chronicles series, or one of my all-time favorite retellings is Heartless. And yeah, that was Marissa Meyer. Whether she is a good person or not, I don't know. I would guess she is, because I haven't heard anything bad about her. But I try to avoid drama for the most part, and even if that's like book Twitter drama, or sometimes I end up finding myself in it whether I want to or not. But
not to be a part of it, but I don't mind reading it. I'm like, oh, y'all are fighting? Give me the tea so I know what I can and cannot say. Oh, okay, we're on that topic. Okay, I'm going to go this way.
But I mean, I don't think I would avoid a person's work because of that person.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Becca, my daughter, is really big on jumping on the train, like, of there was this rumor of so and so doing something bad, of so and so being a crap person, and so she won't have anything, like, listen to or read or whatever, have anything to do with that person, whether those rumors turn out to be true or not. She just, like, cuts them out. And it's more for her, like, in regards to music, like musical artists.
Melissa, we discussed that, like, at the beginning of this live show. I won't go any further on that. We've already discussed that.
Yeah. I know that there was some drama with Melanie Martinez, for example, a singer. And like, Becky used to listen to Melanie Martinez until this drama came up about her, and
I love her.
She told me about the drama and all this stuff. But I personally really like Melanie Martinez's work. I may not like her. I don't know her.
Yeah.
You know, what, one way or another, she may be like the crappiest person ever. However, I do enjoy the product she puts out.
See, that's like, we'll take me, for instance, here with my drag persona. There was a time where there were so many rumors going around and so many people, like, dogging on me and stuff like that, just because I left a drag family. I might have left them the wrong way, but I dropped my drag mother I had at the time because I contemplated suicide because of how she was treating me. And I wanted to just cut her out of my life. But when that happened, a lot of drama happened outside of that, and other people butted in, and everyone was talking crap about me and laughing at me behind my back while I was standing there. So it's like people believing rumors over getting to know the person.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I, like, there's only a few times that I'll be like, I don't know if I want to, like, put money towards this. Like, J.K. Rowling right now, I'm like, I have enough Harry Potter stuff right now. My bank account can't afford to buy more. So I'm like, you're not going to get much for right now.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm still slightly interested in Birthday by Meredith Russo, but I feel like it's one that I'm like, I'm going to check it out from the library and see if I like it before I purchase it, just because I felt a little, like, just reading what I read felt a little icky. Just whether it's true or not, it's just, it made me feel icky from both sides.
Yeah. And I hadn't, until this live show, I didn't know anything about the Meredith Russo stuff. And I had read both If I Were a Girl and Birthday and loved them both and gave them both 5 stars. I thought they were both amazing reads. But that being said, here's where it kind of makes a difference for me. So that being said, I loved those books. I thought they were great books. And I was considering at one point in the future, because she does live around here, I was considering at one point in the future possibly having Meredith Russo on my channel to do, like, an interview. However, given this information, I'll still enjoy her books. I still love these books.
Yeah.
But I probably wouldn't have her on my channel because of this.
Well, see,
that's separating the artist and the work.
Well, see, when I found out about all of that, I was actually contemplating asking about maybe one of our readathons doing, like, Birthday or If I Was Your Girl as something that was, like, out there and different and bringing attention for, like, one of our readathons. And because I knew she lived not that far from you, maybe it would be cool to have her on as our guest. But then reading all that, I was just like, well, that's not a book I'm going to suggest now. Like, I may still read it, but it's not like for the purpose of what we do, it's not something that I want. If it does come out to be completely true, I don't want our readathons to suffer because we took a chance on someone and it just all backfired on us.
Yeah. I would still recommend reading the book because I think the books are amazing. But yeah, as far as having, like, if it came out that there was like proof that it absolutely wasn't true, then I would consider, having that author on here.
Yeah.
But when there's a lot of drama with somebody, I don't want to bring that drama here. So I wouldn't do that. Though, at the same time, I might still reach out to that author and ask her questions for a project that I want to do in the future.
Yeah.
Not involving this channel, but just as a transgender person.
Yeah.
For, like, research.
See, that's like Orson Scott Card. I don't remember what the controversy was. I think it had something to do with rape or something. But when that all came about, I'm sitting there looking at it and I'm reading his Ender series. I think I was reading the side series, the Ender Shadow Quartet. And I absolutely love those books. And I'm sitting here and people are yelling at me for reading them. Like, I was on the bus and I got cussed out. And I'm just like, but they're good. What controversy are we talking about? Like, what? Same with, like, Pictatious Lore, the author of I Am Number 4. There was apparently a similar, and I completely agree with that.
Yeah. My thoughts. I also was asking about transgender books, and I recommended them because I think it shows the good side and the bad side, and yeah, I those are, as far as transgender books, those are the first books that I've read that really give you a more accurate portrayal and understanding of the of being transgender. So yeah, I think those are books that would help somebody else if they saw themselves in that book. But yeah.
See, that was kind of like with me with like Rainbow Boys. It was the first time I ever read a book where I saw myself on a piece of paper.
Rainbow Boys?
Let me grab them. They're like right here. Ooh. Go away. This series.
I don't think I've heard of those. Other than maybe you talking about them.
It is the first queer books that I ever read where all three of the main characters are queer. Where you have an out and proud, like flaming gay, then you have one that's kind of shy, and then you have one that's discovering he's bisexual. So
I think all of the characters in here are queer.
And to me, if there's good representation, I will always recommend the books. I'll say, don't listen to things about the authors, but it's good representation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we need, is representation.
Yeah.
Now, if we could just get certain authors just keep their mouth shut and stop bad things.
Okay, I saw somebody share this thing on Twitter, and like after the whole J.K. Rowling thing, they shared, what's Rick Riordan. They shared Rick Riordan's acceptance speech for some award, and it was so good. And he talked about how he was confronted, like he was winning an award for one of his newer books, and he had a lot of people confront him about why would you put this queer character in there? Everybody would be okay. Nobody would be upset if you didn't put this character in there. And his response was like, he like, you wouldn't be doing anything wrong, but to him it would be doing something wrong, because yeah, he's a cis white male, like straight white male. However, he knows that he is a mainstream author. He knows he is a very popular, like middle grade author, that
the Chase series,
that he wants these kids that are not just straight, he wants all children to find themselves in his books, and he wants them all to be able to be represented in his books. And he talks about
compare him to J.K. Rowling. He actually put a queer character. Didn't just go after the books are published, go, oh wait, this character's gay, and then do nothing.
I wonder if I find this, because I thought it was just such an absolutely beautiful speech.
And
I don't know if I can find it now or not.
It's the Magnus Chase series that has a queer character.
Yeah, that's the one he was getting the award for.
I can't remember which character, but I've read half of the first one, but I wanted to wait until all three were out, and now they are. I just need to go get the second two.
But he talked about, like, he was a teacher before he was a writer, and how there were these kids that he wrote these certain characters and stuff for these children, because he felt like he just didn't do, in his opinion, he didn't do enough to help them. Like, there was this one kid that was obvious transgender, but it wasn't talked about. And this is back in the 80s.
Yeah.
This kid, it wasn't talked about. He was a very feminine male, and how he he would socialize more with the females in the class and stuff, but when the groups had to split into, like, boys on one side, girls on the other, he would have to go with the boys. And Rick Riordan's like, I wish that I had been more understanding and had him go where he really belonged, because it was obvious where he belonged. And then he talks about how there were other children that he taught. Like, he listed off like 3 children that came out later as adults, and he wished he had made it so that they had felt comfortable coming out sooner. Yeah. But I'm trying to find the tweet with that on there, and there's been a lot tweeted since then. I can't find it. I can't remember who tweeted it. Like, they shared it.
But that's one of the main reasons why I love Rick Riordan, and I will always love Rick Riordan. And James Patterson has said similar things.
Did you see that there's going to be, like, this YouTube original movie with James Patterson?
Original movie?
Called BookTube.
Oh, that's not a movie. That's a TV. That is
Or,
a series. I've already watched it.
oh,
They have 4 episodes out.
I was like,
Naya from I Read and Smile.
uh-huh.
She's one of the people interviewing James Patterson.
Oh, that's cool.
That's how like she linked a little bitty trailer of it, and then I went to the actual thing. They're really cool. They also did Michelle Obama was the first one. They did Malcolm Gladwell, and then Margaret Atwood, and then James Patterson's the most recent.
Yeah, that just came up. I forget whether it came up on like Twitter or something, and I was like,
I think I tagged you. I think I tagged you in it on Facebook.
maybe you did. I don't remember, but I saw it come up, and I was just like, what?
But it's so good. It is so good. I love James for that.
I'm still scrolling through. I wish I could remember who posted this.
Like I have 2 like shelves over here dedicated to just James Patterson, and eventually I will own all 260 of his books.
That's a lot of books.
Yep.
Like for of one person.
For one person who didn't start publishing books until he was 40.
That gives me hope. Like I've read a few other authors talk about how they didn't publish until they were like in their 30s or 40s, and I'm like, okay, so I haven't written my book yet, so there's still hope.
And his first book was turned down 38 times.
I don't know if I would have the perseverance to survive 38.
Hello.
No.
Like my poor fragile heart would be like, nope, I'm quitting. No one's ever going to read this.
Exactly. That's how I would feel. I would be like, okay, I thought it was great, but really it's just crap.
But he stated in another interview that with his first novel, like 28 of the rejections didn't even read his novel. They just said instantly no.
I wonder why.
I don't know. But I have his very first novel over there on the shelf that I haven't read. It's one of those books that I want to read in 2020. Because I want to see how much
it's probably terrible.
As an author.
It's probably terrible because it was debut.
Probably. And it's not really a premise that I'm really that interested in. And it's a mass market too, so because it's
Oh my gosh, I can't find this anywhere.
And it's one of those you can tell it's old.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm it's weird because I think I just found it.
1960.
No. Never mind.
1976 is when this came out. But apparently he
Wow.
references Bob Dylan in this. Huh.
Yeah, it reminds me of like the Dean Koontz books. Like I love Dean Koontz. I'm a huge fan. There are certain books of his that are like some of my favorite books.
Mm-hmm.
Like I sent you one, Lightning. It's one of my favorite books.
On that list, but, I need to read.
But there's also a lot. Oh my gosh, the cutest puppy ever. Sorry, I'm. So cute. Okay, I was scrolling trying to find the tweet, and I saw the cutest puppy ever. But yeah, there's like some of the books. Marty and I tried listening to the audiobook of one of them, and it was one of those like you could tell it was an old audiobook.
Oh God.
And yeah, it sounded like it was recorded in the 80s on like record or I don't know. But or cassette at least. It was
God.
it sounded awful, and like the voice, even the voice sounded like it was from the 80s or something. And the book did come out in the 80s, so I mean it didn't sound old then, but listening to it, it was just like physically reading his books are one of those that are a lot better physically read than listening to the audiobooks, just because it's too old. But again, some of them I think may be too dated, possibly. That I don't know.
Yeah, there's some that of even James Patterson that I look at going, I don't know if I'm actually interested in that or not. That just sounds uber dated.
Yeah, some things are great, but they just don't hold up well.
Yeah. So what I'm worried about this one.
So Tracy says tons James Patterson books. Love Dean Koontz, The Fun House. I have The Fun House. I have so many Dean Koontz. It's
You
ridiculous.
say The Fun House by Dean Koontz. I think Fun House, the Broadway musical, which is about a little girl who's growing up as a lesbian and like comes to terms with the fact that she's a lesbian. So in my head, I'd go that route.
I gotta find Fun House. Almost all of my Dean Koontz books are mass market. So I used to, okay. So when Xander was doing the homeschooling thing, I would go, he would go to the YMCA on Thursdays for, they had a homeschool program there, and it was like Thursdays he'd go and he'd get to do like things with other kids his age, and they'd have little classes and stuff. And it was an all day or like 5 hour thing. And I would go and hang out at the Starbucks that was close by. And I would just read and drink coffee or whatever. But there was like this group of people that I used to end up meeting. They were all like so much older. I was the baby. Like literally Joe was the guy's name, and he was late 60s, early 70s. And then I forget what the woman's name was, and she was around the same age as him. And we would just talk about books, and we talk about Dean Koontz because he was a big Dean Koontz fan as well. And we talk about his father, who was 98 and he was still alive. And I told him that I really enjoyed Dean Koontz, and he was like, "Would you like some? I have a lot of them." And I was like, "Sure." And he's like, "Okay, I'm going to put them in my car, so the next time I see you, I'll give them to you." And that's where most of my Dean Koontz books came from, because he had just this box packed full of Dean Koontz books that he stuck in his trunk. And the next time he saw me at Starbucks, he loaded it into my car. And so I had a lot of them I have from him, which is really cool. Somebody said Funhouse was the first Dean Koontz book they picked up.
See, my grandmother had given me for my graduation a box that was like yay tall, like off the ground, that was filled with James Patterson's. And I've since had to get rid of several of them that way, because space issues. I can't own every James Patterson book right now until I have a place for them.
Even then, it might be a problem. Because I'm only on half of the Dean Koontz books, because he has like 120 something.
But with James Patterson, I could fit him on 2 shelves and he'd be perfectly fine. Just 2 bookshelves, like full 5-shelf bookshelves. 260 books would be perfectly fine. My only problem would be, how would I organize that?
By title or by publication.
I was thinking by series, and then his standalones go by publication. because, or having like these two shelves, or this shelf is dedicated to his middle grade, this shelf is dedicated to his YA, and then you got all the adults. Because I had to give up most of the Alex Cross series because I had no space. So I kept like the last like 10. So that I could,
Yeah, with the Andrews.
yeah, been
Yeah.
there. Yo.
I
You were doing a buddy read of a series, and y'all just
yeah,
like,
I got like halfway through the series, and like Flowers in the Attic series, and I'm like, I just can't make myself do it anymore. I really, really, really did not like them at all. And I've taken the entire series. It's not on my shelves anymore. It's like I have a different stack of, I want to unhaul these books because I'm just not going to continue with that series. I kind of hated it. I mean, and I thought it was crazy because when I would talk about reading these books, people are like, "Oh my gosh, I love these books. I read them when I was like 10." And I'm like, who would let you read these books at 10 years old? So messed up. Like, I personally would not want, even Xander, he's 13 now. I would not want him reading the stuff that's in these books. Like brothers and sisters getting it on and stuff. Oh, no.
truth. I read the first one back in high school, and I just couldn't. I was sitting and reading for pleasure reading this, and my teacher just glanced over at me, and she's just like, "How you doing with that book, Clint? How you doing? How you doing with that book?" Because she was like, she knew my taste in books, and she was just looking at me like going, "Are you fucking nuts?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am. Thank you. I want to punish myself here."
Yeah, I read like the first 3 or 4 books in that series, and I was just like, I wrote the guy that I was buddy reading it with, his name's Ryan. I wrote him and I was like, can we please stop? That was pretty much what I said. Can we please stop? Because I don't want to read any more of this. I don't like it at all. I think the first book I gave like a 3-star, and then it just kept going down from there. I did not like it at all. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with anybody else liking them, but for me personally, I'm not. It was just like me personally.
Can we talk about pleasures? We were already talking about how twisted and fucked up I am. So
it was just like the claiming of Sleeping Beauty. No fan. I was talking about that book and in a different video about how I had read it and how I really didn't care for it and like what was going on in it. And somebody was like, "Oh, that sounds really interesting to me." And I'm like, I was like, "Don't buy it." I said, "Just don't buy it," because they had won one of my giveaways, and I was like, "Don't buy it. I'll send it to you." So I sent it along with their giveaway winning book because I was like, I'm going to get rid of this book anyway. Give it to somebody else that might be interested.
I mean, it was a while ago that I read it, but I just remembered it was a retelling, and it's a lot darker than Shades of Grey. 50 Shades of Grey. So I figured you were like, I don't read a lot of this genre. And I was like, well, maybe this is your introduction to this genre. And you started talking about it in one of your videos. And I went, oh shit, I forgot that happened. Oh shit, I forgot that happened. Oh, I would not have given her this book if I would have remembered those small details.
Yeah, there's I'm okay. I'm definitely okay with erotica. I'm definitely okay with like reading about the bondage kind of stuff and the whole 50 Shades of Grey type thing. I'm okay with that. But there was a lot of really like degrading things in it, and
this is written by a woman. degrading another woman is what I can't
know. And it was like, well, it was degrading both to any, like the guys that were part of this thing that were not like the in control people.
Yeah.
The guys and the girls, they were like, the girl was told like she was raped and told she was being forced to do things that hurt her and made her cry and things like that. She was told not to cry. She was told not to show that she dislikes anything. She was told the more she gets forced, eventually she's going to like it. She's going to like being forced to do these things. And I'm like, this is awful. So I was just
saying, no. It's one of the first novels that came out with erotica part of it. Because those books came out so long ago. They're some of the original books from that genre. Back when it was okay to talk about things like that. Today, now, things being brought into the light, it's not so okay.
Yeah, there's like the submissive and dominant, that's fine. The bondage thing, that's fine. All of that kind of stuff. But it's the when you don't want something and you said no, you said you don't like it, and being forced, and then being told, oh, I'm just going to keep forcing you. So eventually you're going to like being, no. Couldn't get past that stuff.
I just thought erotica and it's a retelling give you a new thing of retelling. Then you started talking and it was like, oh yeah, I forgot that happened.
I was totally excited for it when I was reading about it. I was like, okay, all right, I'm into this.
Because the original fairy tale was that she got fucked and got pregnant and she was giving birth and that's how she woke up.
Yeah, the waking up with something more than a kiss, I was cool with that. I was cool with like the premise of what was going on, but how it took things, I wasn't okay with. That was my qualms with it. But some of the things that were said in it was, no. But the premise of like an erotica Sleeping Beauty, I could see that being a fun story. Or like an erotica, any kind of fairy tale, I could see as being a fun story.
Okay, except for I don't know if we could do that with Beauty and the Beast because I feel like bestiality.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
But I also see it in a gay erotica sense because a beast could be like a bear, like a big burly man that's covered in hair. And there's a lot of people that are into that sort of thing.
Tracy, we're talking about The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty by Anne Rice.
Well, Anne Roquet.
Well, it's
Anne Rice as Anne Roquet or whatever.
Let me see, because I've heard it said Anne Rice written as so and so. Let me see. I do on Goodreads.
Now I kind of want to just write gay erotica with fairy tale retellings. I feel like that would be fun.
Yeah, it's A.N. Rockelaire.
Yeah.
But if you just put in The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty, or you put in The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty, Anne Rice, or Sleeping Beauty retelling Anne Rice, you'd find it. I read the first book, and that was all. But yeah, Clint, if you write some like erotic fairy tales, I'll read that.
I mean, I should just write them and send them to Julie from Pages and Pens and give her like the most fucked up sounding titles.
Oh my gosh, she
give her some more gnomes fisting a girl.
Oh god, the gnomes! I watched that vlog and I was just like, I couldn't stop watching that vlog. Tracy's like, you have to check out the book.
Or what was it? A dolphins and a guy, or what was it? T-Rexes? Oh no, yeah, T-Rex bosses fucking a guy without lube, and I'm just like, as a gay man, I'm just like, yeah, without lube, you ain't gonna hear me about that.
So what we're talking about right now is Julie from Pages and Pens did a vlog, and she read the most bizarre Kindle books that there were. Hold on, let me see if I can find her video, and I will.
Kindle books.
Oh my gosh! And then she did a vlog of it, and it was just absolutely absurd. The books that she found.
And her Christmas ones, I couldn't even get through her vlog without just cringing.
I haven't watched the her Christmas one yet.
About Santa and his daughter, or like stepdad playing Santa and not knowing that's his.
That sounds terrible.
He's fucking her or something, and I'm just like, yeah, nope.
Yeah, that sounds. That's not my kind of thing.
Tracy's like, I had to stop watching Julie. My mom came in right in the middle of it.
Yeah, you're talking like what you were talking about was the Santa Erotica free on Kindle Unlimited, which I haven't watched that one.
Oh my god, those are worse than the gnomes. No,
here's the one. It's called "Reading Ridiculously Titled Smut: A Reading Vlog," and it says, "I read the wildest erotica I can find." I'm going to see if I can copy the link to this video. It may start playing and say I may hear it.
Yes.
I pause it. There we go. I'm going to copy that link and I'll put it in the chat because.
Or like the most ridiculous sounding one was the dude that was on the metal horse that got shot by lightning, and it was like he was having,
and the lightning was having sex with him.
and he was like having sex with Zeus, and then like 5 minutes later something about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln fucking, and she's like, what is going on here? And I'm like, I kind of need this little bitty ebook because I'm kind of curious what the fuck you mean it went to Washington and Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, I commented on that video. What did I say? Something like, thank you for doing this so we didn't have to, or something.
I was just like, more power to you, girl. More power to you.
See if I can find it.
You might see mine.
I am inebriated.
I'm tipsy because I just drank that pretty much on an empty stomach. So yeah.
Oh, I just wrote, this was ridiculous and I loved it. And she commented, totally ridiculous but fun.
See, she doesn't mind reading stuff like that because it helps her to unwind. I'm just over here going, why waste your time?
What was funny was she was like, okay, I have to stop because I can't, and my brain cannot handle.
She's like, 2 night is fine. I can't take more than 2.
And she's like, I can't do this anymore. It's just, I need something normal.
The gnome one has a sequel, and it's the Christmas elf gnome ones.
You know, it's funny. Like, I have these sweet legs that have these gnomes all over them.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Sarah's one of my Salem friends. She's in our Adriana Mather group.
Oh, hi, Melissa.
Hi, Sarah. Bye, Melissa. And Sarah.
We are both inebriated, my eyelids have gotten a lot lower as the night has gone. We've been at this for 4 hours.
The right spot, Sarah. We're talking about weird erotic things that a friend of ours read.
We're talking about somebody else's blog that, which is really fun. You know, actually, they're having a live show right now too. It's a drunk live show.
My phone just alerted me to it.
When I looked up Pages and Pens to find her video to put in the chat, I saw that her and Chelsea are doing a live show right now, which is pretty funny because we're also not intentionally doing a drunk live show, but we're doing a drunk live show.
Is it bad? I kind of want to just open theirs up, pause it, and be like, "Hey, coming from my drunk live show to say, hey."
Yeah, we're in a drunk live show talking about your drunk live show. Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm going to do that. Hold on. I have to pause it so it'll mute, but hold on. I'm
I gotta pull it up so I can see your comment. Oh, shit.
You just got to make sure it mutes. Okay, so it's on Pages and Pens channel. I'm going to pause as soon as it loads. They started streaming 34 minutes ago. Okay. In my drunk live show, talking about your drunk live show. Also talking about Julie's crazy erotica vlogs.
I was just like, just stopping by our live drunk show. Wanted to say hi. Oh, I meant from our.
That's funny. Man, my brain is like mush. And I still have like all this. I don't know that I could have any more of that.
I've gotten to like the half the bottle mark.
Sarah says, I need a drink. I came on at the right time, I guess.
You did. Yes, you did, Sarah. You did.
This gigantic, I don't even know how much.
Wine. We'll ship you some wine.
1.5 liter bottle. I've gotten about halfway through.
I've gotten through whatever liter this bottle is. I wonder, did they even mention us in their live show?
I don't know. You can only see the chat because
I don't love drinking with my family, and it's like just because like my
I want to see if they see the
are
chat.
drinkers, and I'm not like as much as we have the drunk live show. This is typically the only time that I drink one. So
did you like play it from where you paused it?
When I drink like the most, like I don't.
Or did you refresh it? Did you play it from where it was paused, or did you refresh
From where it was
Yeah.
paused. Because that's when we put in our comments.
Like, but I am like a perceptive.
You know what? I might as well just top off my or refill my glass.
My Sunday fun days with my sisters, and I go over like with my sisters and I go around.
Refilling the glass. I am so going to. Well, as soon as this video, like as soon as we end this live show, so going to go and take off this makeup and pass straight out because, yeah, that's a lot of wine.
Drunk show inception. She's in her drunk show talking about our drunk show. Fun. Hello, Melanie, drunk show.
That's funny.
Never a bad idea. Let's talk about books for a minute because I
Cool. I can pause them now. That was cool. Drunk life or inception.
Oh, you should. I'm curious. Oh, Sarah's got to go. Bye, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah. Thank you for stopping by. Mwah, 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 mwah.
I'm curious if they Because I also said something about Julie's erotica vlogs.
I don't know. Well, they started talking about
I
books.
want to know what your most anticipated book of 2020 is. That you think maybe isn't like super well known. Like, give me a release that isn't like. Well, I guess there's not. I guess the ones that I would say are probably super well known.
This is like drunk live show Inception.
Yeah. There is no more Holly Labs next year, so.
So, I'm gonna.
Okay, yeah, awesome.
But we probably should be doing ours soon, anyways. We've been doing this one for 4 hours.
Yeah, over 4 hours. I'm wondering if I can put this. Can I put? I need to like plug this thing up. Ugh. Yeah, that works.
I'm gonna try this one.
I don't have to drink anymore.
The next
But I have
do a
a full
show like
glass
this-
there.
next time we do a show like this, I'm gonna get a corkscrew, and I'm gonna try this one because this one's made in Oklahoma. This one's made in Oklahoma.
Did you finish your other bottle?
No, I'm still halfway through it.
You should finish that bottle.
I will. Probably not tonight. Probably tomorrow.
Well, you know,
I'm gonna do a family tomorrow, so I guess I know what I'm taking to family lunch with me.
half of this bottle equals your one bottle.
Yes. I'm a slow drinker.
I am too, but I just poured this big ass glass of wine. And now I'm gonna drink it because I've already poured it. And I'm not putting it back in the bottle. So we're gonna sit here and you're gonna keep drinking.
Oh my god.
So pour some more, bitch. Oh. We're getting drunk. Welcome to our live drunk show where we are getting really drunk. Oh my gosh, do you remember the first live show that I did?
Yes.
Like the first drunk live show? Oh my gosh, I got so drunk.
Oh.
And I don't even remember who I was talking to, but I was like chatting with somebody like off the video as well. And we were like chatting.
Pouring that glass just. Oh, okay.
We were chatting through, I don't know, Twitter or something. And I was like crawling to my living room. Because I was like, I can't walk. And I was on the living room floor writing down my room.
To pour it back into the bowl.
Make a funnel out of my hand. Hello, Melissa.
Oh.
Tracy says all of the wine looks good. Cocktails for me. Melissa says hello.
Cocktails.
I mean, but it would be a mess.
Welcome to the mess.
My face is really hot.
I don't drink often.
I don't either.
But you
Like, I
just
haven't drank anything in months and months.
But you just had pizza, so you have that on your stomach. I have nothing on my stomach.
Oh, you have cream corn.
Okay, like a couple of spoonfuls of cream corn. I totally forgot about that.
Actually, no. You know what? I did drink earlier this month, like this much on the cruise. I didn't drink a whole lot on the cruise because drinks are expensive. But there was one, like a VIP party that I got to go to where it was like just for platinum and diamond members. And you got like, the party was only an hour long and you got all the like appetizers and drinks that you wanted in that time. So I was ordering two drinks at a time. So I'd have one there and one on its way. And when I left, I had one in each hand. Actually, what I did was I had two. I ended up with I had one full drink and one got brought to me. So I had two and they were both like Moscato, the wine. So I poured one into the other. And then I had another drink on its way, so I had a full cocktail as well. So I had a big ass glass of wine and a cocktail, and I took those out of the room when it was time. But they were like the only time you could get free drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And the cruise director was like, I don't want to see any of y'all that are over the age of 21 walking out of here with empty hands. This is the only time you're going to get free alcohol, so have at it. And so I did.
I was just thinking that in my head, Tracy. I was just saying double fisting.
That was the only time. But
I have so many.
I didn't even have a cocktail umbrella when I first got on, which I usually do.
The amount of drunk stories I have.
Oh gosh, I got so many stupid stories.
Like 25 shots of tequila later, waking up with my pants stapled to a ceiling. And it was those little staples, and it was a pair of blue jeans. Tell me how that happened.
Instead of 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor, you had 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 23 tequila ceiling.
Pants were on the ceiling. I was naked in the bathtub. My car keys were frozen in an ice tray in the freezer. I had a shoe in the stove. I had a sock in the microwave. My t-shirt was on the couch. My glasses were underneath the couch. My underwear was hanging on the outside of the door on the doorknob. And my other shoe was in the little bushes outside my house, my apartment. I woke up going, what the fuck happened? I don't remember. Like, a friend of mine had left. Like, she left before we were done with shots. It was just me at home. And my roommate had stayed over at someone else's house. So I'm just like, I woke up and I was just like, why? I'm in the bathtub. Why do I hurt all over? Did I have sex? I don't remember having sex. Did I invite someone over? Then I walk into my bedroom and happen to just glance up at the ceiling and see my pants stapled there. And I was like, none of us own a stapler. Where the fuck did we get the staples from? How the fuck? I still don't know to this day where the staples came from. My phone, when I opened up my phone to see if I invited anybody over, all my messages were wiped on all my social media that I was on, including Grindr. I had deleted everything. And I was just like, oh God, did I have sex? Oh God, did I invite someone over and they stapled my pants to the ceiling? What just happened?
That's what they would do.
I'm hurting from head to toe, so I can't tell if I got any somewhere that it shouldn't be, but like I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, what happened? And my roommate had came home, and my friend who was over drinking with me had showed up at the same time. I just looked at them. I'm still completely naked, just staring at them like, what the fuck just happened? They're like, are you alive? And I was like, I don't know. Where are my clothes? And they found all my clothes and told me where they all were. And I was like, guys, where did we get a stapler from? They're like, what do you mean? And I pulled them to the bedroom and I pointed up. And they're like, what the fuck, Clint? I was like, I don't know. I don't drink tequila anymore since then. It smell of tequila. I'm on the floor naked now.
Just the smell.
Just the smell. It's like that country song, Tequila Makes Your Clothes Fall Off. Instead, it's the smell of tequila makes all my clothes fall off and me just be passed out.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. We lived in California, in San Diego, and we lived in this apartment complex that was mostly like college kids. And at the time, we were like 22-ish, 22, 23. And so we were like around the same age as most of the people that lived in there. And there was a security guard there named, we called him Boats, because he was like a boatsman mate in the Navy like a million years before. And luckily Boats liked me. Like, we were pals, we were buddies, which was a good thing because security got called on me one night because I got invited to okay, so we had this party at our house or at our apartment. Everybody got drunk, everybody got stupid, everybody went home. And my friend Rob was staying with us at the time, and he was like, ushered me off, put me in the bed. He's like, go to sleep, because I was stupid drunk. He's like, go to sleep, just stay there. And then he goes in the living room and goes to sleep. Well, I apparently was not ready to go to sleep. And so I just walked outside, and I was sitting on our little patio. And back then I used to smoke. I don't smoke anymore, but back then I used to smoke. And I was sitting out on the patio and I was smoking. And this girl who was one of the people at our party, she was a contortionist. She actually worked for the San Diego Zoo. They did a thing at night with this contortionist show. And she was like 22, 23, something like that. And she was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to this party. You should come with me. I'm like, okay. I'm really drunk. And so we go across, like, this apartment complex is huge, and there's several buildings, and then you can cross like this main street, and there's more buildings for the same apartment complex across this main street.
Yeah.
And so we go over there and we go to this party. I don't remember anything about the party. All I remember really is that security got called on me because, all the apartments were the same. And so security got called on me because I was trying to kick all these people out of my apartment, but it wasn't my apartment. And so I was getting pissed off because they wouldn't leave, and I wanted to go to bed. But they wouldn't leave because obviously it was their apartment. And they were like, you gotta get this drunk chick out of here. So they called Boats, and he went and got my friend Rob up, and Rob's like, I thought she was in bed. So I'm like, I'm fine, I'm not drunk. Can't walk straight at all, but I'm fine, I'm not drunk. And get all the way back to our apartment. Apparently, I'm soaked in beer because one person got really mad at me and poured beer over my head. I don't remember this part, but it was apparently it was one particular guy that got really mad because I wouldn't let him go in his bedroom, which his bedroom was what I thought Becca's room was. And I was like, being mama, and I was like, you are not going in. I was not letting him go in this room because I thought it was Becca's room, but it was his room. And he dumped beer on my head. And then they called security because I sat in front of his door and wouldn't let him go in. Yep. Tracy's dying.
With an ex of mine. He lived with two, his roommates was a lesbian couple. We all four got so wasted that me and one of the lesbians got into a fight, like a verbal fight, on who could be the loudest during sex. Like, who was louder, gays or lesbians? Like, who did sex better? Like, who, like, all that. And we're, like, wasted out of our minds, mind you. Oh, boyfriend's not as drunk as I am. And her wife wasn't as drunk as she was. But me and her are, like, so drunk. And we're, like, going at it, going, I bet you $100 that I'm louder, blah, 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 blah. Well, so we both go to our separate rooms, and we don't give our significant others an option. We have this all-out war of who could be the loudest. Next thing I know, they come knocking on our door, going, okay, we submit, you're louder. Next thing we know, the cops are called because the neighbors upstairs thought he was killing me. And we showed up to, like, he wrapped us both in the blanket, and we walked out of the bedroom. Naked, wrapped in a blanket, and we're, like, talking to the officer, and then the blanket just falls. And obviously he's still aroused. And I fall to the ground laughing because the officer can't figure out what to say. And his officer was like, do I look down? Do I look up? I look anywhere but down. Look anywhere but down. I'm on the ground rolling because I'm drawing my ass. Just going, what the fuck? We woke up the next day and I was like, why does my head hurt? What did we do? And they apparently, the lesbians had filmed it. The introduction with the officer. And they showed me. I was like, no, that's not me. That's not me. Because they're like, yes, Clint, it's you.
Yeah, there's like, I have great stories about other people like drunk. Like, oh my God, my friend Rob. So he's not going to watch this, I'm sure. If he did, he'd kill me. But so,
oh, I could fill you in several of my friend Candy.
There was like this apartment party kind of thing, and he went to that, and then he comes stumble running to our apartment, and I had the sliding glass door open. He pretty much came and he like ran and flopped down on our living room floor. He's singing Hakuna Matata. And he ends up not well and ends up in the bathroom, not quite making it to the toilet, kind of goes everywhere all over the floor. But he's so drunk. And in the living room, the party has like kind of, I don't know, somehow ended up from the main area to our house. And so they're like having a party out in our living room, and somebody's pulled out a Twister game. And so they're playing Twister in the living room. And I'm in the bathroom with Rob trying to like soothe him and everything. And he hears the left hand red and all these things. And so he's trying to do this in the bathroom. He's smearing this stuff all over the floor in the bathroom. And I'm like, stop. You're not playing Twister, quit it.
See, okay, my friend Candy, I can tell you tons and tons because most of my drunk stories are about her. Because when she drinks, she drinks. Matter of fact, she was the friend who had left my house and came back the next day and saw my pants stapled to the ceiling. There was the one time who is now my boss, at her party, we were leaving and she's so drunk that I have her bent over my car trying to take off her corset because it's a Halloween party. And she's like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Clint, help, help, help. And our friend Brooke came walking out right as the cops drive by. And all they see me do is have her bent over doing the corset. They step out. I was like, what's happening? I'm like, she's drunk and I'm trying to get off this fucking corset. They're like, so y'all aren't having sex? It's like, I'm gay. She's a lesbian. No. Are you going to help or not? And here's the one where she got so drunk she passed out outside and had to be carried in by 5 guys into the house. And next thing you know, she escaped the apartment and is sitting outside with a trash can on top of her head, because the trash can has the water in it with the duckies with like these in it.
Mm-hmm.
She's counting the duckies and singing, "Rubber ducky, you're the one. Bath time, lots of fun." Or she's the only person I know to ever get kicked out of Copa because she was too drunk, like she sat down on the middle of the dance floor with her drink and is guzzling it, and she's singing the song, but she thought she was singing. I think it was like Eye of the Tiger or something, from what I was told. That instead of going, "Eye of the tiger," she was like, "Eye of the tiger," like screaming and scaring the gays away from her. And she got dragged out of the club. Well, it's a gay club. But she sat down, she stepped out. The minute they dragged her outside, she fell instantly into the bushes. And I happened to be like 2 clubs away, like on the same street, just in 2 different clubs over. I had to come help her get out of the thorny bush because they couldn't untangle her because her shirts got so tangled up that they were fighting with it that they called me to help. And I was like, how does one do this? With one of those like little shrubberies that you see outside of all buildings and like the pointy leaves? Like how? Like how drunk are you? Will you be safe? They're like, yes, we're taking her home right now. We'll come back for her car tomorrow. I was like, okay.
Oh my gosh. The contortionist girl, there was another time. Yeah, it was a different time. She was at, she came to our apartment for another party because apparently we were the house you would go to party. I don't know why, but we were. And so everybody's in the living room and dining room and stuff getting drunk. And because she's a contortionist, she decided to show us some of her moves that she does. Never, ever let a contortionist do her contortioning things when drunk. It's terrifying because they do things that I think cut them off from breathing. So she's like all contorted into this like weird tiny ball thing. And I think she stops breathing or something, like because of the position she's gotten herself in. And so she just like passes out there. And because she's still not breathing, she starts seizuring. And so she's like in this contorted ball and seizing up. And we're all drunk and we're like, oh my God, she's going to die. And so my drunk self runs over and I'm like trying to untwist her like she's a pretzel. And I'm like, oh my God, please don't die. And so like as soon as I like uncontort, because she's all like, as soon as I undid her, she was breathing and she was fine. But I was just like, oh my God, this chick is gonna die on my living room floor. And
see, that's why I don't drink and drag. You know how many like I'm already where I can't breathe from the 9 layers of pantyhose plus the hip pantyhose or tights plus the hips plus the bottom slimmer, the top slimmer, the corset, and then the full body slimmer just to have the right shape. Not to mention the 2 bras that are like pushing down on me with like the inserts in it. I can barely breathe out as it is, and I drink vodka. And vodka makes it where you can't breathe. And I'm just like sitting here going, I got drunk one night in drag. The next day I was like, never again, never again. My chest hurts. Just imagining the contortionist not breathe.
scared the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Here's another one of my stories. It's sort of a me and a Marty story. So like Marty, he doesn't drink anymore, but he used to. One of the stories about him is he was constantly like, we all wanted burgers after drinking because we were like with him when we lived in Maryland. We were within walking distance of the bar, so we'd walk to the bar, have do our drinking, walk back, cook out on the grill with some burgers, like already pre-made frozen patties, throw them on the grill, perfect drunk food. And then, but Marty occasionally would come back before everybody else. And so he'd make himself a burger and he'd sit on the back porch and, he'd be drinking his beer while he's sitting on the back porch. But he'd pass out because he was already drunk before starting. And there was nobody there to like keep him awake or talk to him or anything. So he'd pass out, and we'd all come back like a couple hours later, and he'd be passed out on the back porch with his beer and a shriveled up little black piece of coal that was his burger. He was still cooking like 2 hours later, and it's like this. It was like a black chicken at this point. Oh, and then there was another time that, so we had all gone to the bar. It was like a whole bunch of us. We all went to the bar, and they were having karaoke. I was singing, I was having a good time. Marty and our neighbor Jay, they didn't really want to stick around, so they both went back to the house. Jay was our neighbor. And time went on. It was time for the bar to close, and I didn't show up. And Marty's like, "Where is she?" And Marty and Jay go out to look for me, and they go to the bar, and I wasn't at the bar. And they tried to go behind the bar to see if I was like back in the kitchen or something, which they were like, I was allowed to go back there, but he was not. So they're like, no. They're like, she's not back here, but you can't come back here. And so they're panicking, like, where is she? She's gone. She's not here. There's like here in the house, and there's nowhere else. And they drove all over the place looking for me, and they're drunk. And they're like driving all around the area where we live, trying to figure out where I am, and they're drunk. Luckily, they didn't end up killing me in the process. But they're like driving down our road and stuff, trying to like see if they see me. Like maybe I passed our road, because I mean it would be impossible to pass our road because it's the very first there was only one road. It was like immediately behind the bar. You turn, and then there's our house. But they like drove past, thinking maybe, and then so we had our house, and then we had Jay's house, and there was no house past that. And behind the house is the road, and there's like a ditch, but then there's a place that it like levels out past Jay's house. And so Marty's driving, and Jay's in the passenger seat, and they're driving, and Jay's telling Marty to turn left up here past his house to go through this leveled out part. And Marty takes it as turn right then, which is like behind our house. And so he turns and goes right into the ditch. And we're like he was in a Hyundai Santa Fe. So this car is like this now, nose down in the ditch full of water. And people pass by, and apparently somebody ended up calling the cops for them. So the cops show up. Marty had a beer, and so he tosses that into the ditch filled with water. And he starts telling the cop that they're trying to find me and that I'm lost. And get the car towed out of the ditch. And I get like, when I come walking up to the house, I'm coming walking up from the back of the house. There's a cop car and a tow truck, and our car covered in mud, and Marty standing outside in the front of our house talking to this cop. And I come in through the back door, and our babysitter, which was Jay's son, our babysitter sitting in the living room. And I came in, and I sat on the couch, and I was like, I'm in trouble, aren't I? He's like, yeah, you might want to go out there, because Marty's talking to the cops. And so I walk out the front door, and Marty looks at me, and the cop looks at me, and I'm like, hi. And I walk up, and Marty's telling him what's going on, and I'm like, and he looks at me up and down. I'm covered in mud. Like, from back here down, I'm covered in mud, and I have no shoes. He's like, I want to know two things. One, where are your shoes? Because this is the second time I've lost my shoes. And two, where were you? So apparently I was walking back. I was really, really drunk. I was walking back, and it had been raining, so the ditch was like full of muddy water. And I slipped, and I fell into the ditch, but I was very cozy, and I just kind of stayed. And I took a little nap. Well, being covered from here down in muddy water. Just took a nap right there. And then I got up and I was walking back to the house, and my shoes were so full of mud that I took them off on my neighbor's back steps and left them there. And then I walked home. And we didn't know. When I told him about my shoes, I was like, I don't know, because I couldn't remember from like my neighbor's house to my house where my shoes had gone. And so my neighbor showed up the next day, fussing at my daughter, thinking that she had left her muddy shoes on. I was like, I will get right on her about that. You both outdo me. LOL. I only have a couple of drunk stories. Oh my God, Clint, I want to see you in drag. Oh my God, I've gotten to see Clint, like his videos of him in drag. It's amazing. I was like, I was dying when I was watching this. I showed them to Becca later, and she was like, "Oh, cool." And then I told her it was you, and she was like, "Oh my God, that's Clint."
See, not this upcoming week, because this upcoming week is Christmas, but the following week, the following Wednesday, New Year's Day, we're doing our family photo shoot for drag. Our drag grandmother works at Frontier City, which is an amusement park here, and she runs or he, she, whichever term you want to use. He works there in the photo booth area where they do the old Western photos.
Mm.
So we do a family photo shoot every year.
Fun.
Last year we were saloon girls, like on a pirate ship.
I've done the saloon girl thing before.
But I had my like Reba hair on. Had like my Reba hair on and like this
Your Reba hair?
Like this white dress with like this blue vest on over it. And I looked like Winona Judd because the way my boobs poked out and everything. And I'm holding this shotgun in one hand and this like old whiskey bottle that has like the XXX on the side, like those big jugs. I'm holding that and everyone's looking at me like, okay, Winona. I was like, yes, what you want to do about it? Y'all come back now, you hear?
I know my eyes. Oh my God. That was great.
But yeah, we're gonna be doing those soon. That'll be my first time in drag in 2 years. Part of me is excited about it, then the other part of me is like, I think I might be too fat for my slimmers. I think I've gained too much weight in those past 2 years.
Oh my gosh, I've gained so much these past 12 months. Because, well, the beginning of the past 12 months, well, you know all the stuff that was going on. Everybody on YouTube doesn't know, and I'm not going to get into that, but there was a lot going on. And, well, one, I quit going to the gym, and two, I started eating my feelings. And that was bad. And then after a long time of eating my feelings, it just got to be the normal routine. Oh, I am so tipsy.
Girl,
I think I'm beyond tipsy. I'm beyond tipsy. But yeah, the eating my feelings became part of the normal routine, and I just ate so much, and I gained so much this past year. The last I checked, I was like around 20 pounds that I've gained this year.
I am at the biggest I ever have been. And I know it's really technically not that big. butt to me and where my weight all sits in my stomach, it doesn't go anywhere but my stomach. I'm at 238. I have never been 238. I used to be in a size 29 jean, size 10 dress. Like, I just want to go back to that.
Same.
I want to go back to being able to wear button-up shirts with a t-shirt on it and roll those sleeves back up and be all preppy and cute. Instead of the fat double R I am.
I want to be like, okay, how tall are you, Clint?
I am 5'8".
Okay, so you're like a lot taller than me. I'm like 5'2".
So
I'm a shorty. I'm a shorty. And
I know people shorter.
I would like, okay, when I finished high school, I don't want to be the same size I was then. But when I finished high school, I was so ridiculously small. Like, I was 98 pounds when I finished high school. Yeah. And granted, I don't want to be 98 pounds now. But because I had no boobs and I had no butt. Like, I looked like Xander. Literally.
Okay.
Like this skinny little bean. I looked like Xander. Barely anything anywhere. And yeah, I want to have curves. I want to have a figure, but I don't want to have this fat face or a double chin.
Double chin's gotta go.
I don't want to have this stomach that makes me look like I'm pregnant.
I've been saying I've been pregnant with triplets for 3 years now. Listen.
Tracy says, "Oh, Mel, I'm sending you all the hugs. It's been the same for me." Oh. And Books and Cars says, "My mom was 90 as a senior in high school, and then she had me and graduated and gained weight." That was me. I was 98 pounds as a senior in high school, and then when I had Becca, like when I was 3 months pregnant when I had Becca, like when I found out I was pregnant with Becca. And at that point in time, so in college, I was going to be in the color guard, and they had these weigh-ins that you had to do. Color guards was like twirling the flags and stuff.
Yeah.
And they had these weigh-ins that you had to do, where what we would all do, what everybody would do, is you would like put on a whole bunch of weight before the weigh-in at the beginning of the summer, because you're going to lose it all over the summer, and you're going to be doing camp all summer and learning your routine. You're going to be out in the hot sun and sweating it all off. But what you weighed in at the beginning of the summer affected the rest of your year. And you're only allowed to gain 5 pounds from that, or you couldn't perform at a game because you had to wear these teeny tiny little outfits. So everybody would like put on as much weight as they could at the beginning of summer, because they knew they were going to lose it, and that would give them a little bit more of a cushion instead of just 5 pounds. So I did that. I gained some weight, and then it wouldn't go away. And I was like, why isn't it going away? And then it turned out I was 3 months pregnant, and that's why it wouldn't go away. And at that point in time, I was 115 pounds, and I was 3 months pregnant. And then I blew up because nobody told me, okay, nobody told me you couldn't eat anything you wanted. I thought I could eat whatever I want. It's all going to go to the baby. So I went from 98 pounds to 167 pounds. I don't know where the math went wrong in my head, thinking that I was going to have a 69-pound baby. But that didn't happen. And then I thought, oh, I'll just lose all the weight afterwards. That didn't happen. So I got down to like 150 something before I got pregnant with my son, and then went up to 174 with him. And yeah, so I'm like 1.5 times myself.
I was, when I graduated high school, I weighed 125 pounds. But I will state, what was it? 7th, 8th, 9th, and part of 10th, I weighed 75 pounds for almost 4
Wow.
years straight and would not gain or lose. But when I graduated, I weighed 125 pounds, and I just would like to go back to 150 at least. With my body shape, 150 would be healthy.
I think for your size, like your height, you could probably do like 180 easy. Because Marty's like 5'9", so, and I think like 180 to 190 is like his target, what he's supposed to be. For me, my weight's supposed to be like 121.
See, like I would love, like my goal would be 150, but if I can get as close to that as possible, that'd be cool. I just don't
My
want
goal is like 125.
My major goal is I want to be able to fit into
like
large. I want to fit into a large shirt again. All my shirts are extra larges. Can I just go back to a large, and then after that I can go back to a medium, and then I'll be happy.
I want to, one, not have a round face. I do not like having a round face. And two, I want to look hot in a bikini. I want to be like, I want to look like a snack.
You say that, and then my head just starts singing "Work Bitch" by Britney Spears because she said "hot in a bikini." Driving, and my brain went driving a Bugini or Lamborghini, and started singing the rest. But yeah, it would be nice for like, I would like all this stomach just to go all the way to my ass. Because if it gave me an ass and hips, I would never have to wear pads again for drag. And I'd be happy.
So, like, some of the surgery that I had in the past, one of them was like, they did like the whole tummy tuck lipo thing here. And I was like, cool, I had lost a lot of weight anyway. At that point, I was smaller. I was like, awesome. And then as I gained some weight, it went to my butt, and I was like, oh, I got a booty. I was like, oh yeah, I like this. I have a booty now. I never had a booty before, and I was like, oh, and when they first did it, and like the swelling went down, there was like, my weight like here, and then it went boom, like out like this, like girl got some hips and some booty, and they're like, oh, should we like smooth that out so it's not like, because it went like from this to boom, and I was like, they wanted to do that, and I was like, oh no, I like that, leave that boom. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I got some. I was proud of that, but now I'm like, well, it's all expanding.
I'm like the only way I have an ass is like in like one of my pairs of jeans. And that's just because the way it like fits me, it just like, it gives me like a little pad. And I'm just like over here, I'm like, I would just like a nice ass. No stomach, but a nice ass. I don't even want abs. I just want a flat stomach.
Yeah, I'm just like, I wish I had just taken what was here, and instead of just removing it, I just replaced, like, moved it from here to here, and just like instant booty.
All of this from here can just get pushed to the back. And then the boy,
yeah, it's like if you could take half of it and push it up, and the other half and push it down.
Or they could just cut off the fat and make me boob inserts with my fat just to push in, and then they jiggle. I'd be perfectly fine with that.
Jiggle.
Jiggle. I keep.
No, I've done the lipo thing. I wish I hadn't. I wish I had done like the fat, like took your fat and put it somewhere else, because I think that's a much better route to go. But I'm like, I've gotten to where, okay, yeah, I got the booty. I was like, okay, I was okay with gaining some weight back because I got the booty. but the weight hasn't the weight kept going this year, and so everything's gained weight. The faces gain weight, the bellies gain weight, the arms, the legs, everything's gained weight. It needs to just stop it.
My thing is if my legs and everything would gain the weight, I don't think I would look as fat as I do. But because it's all in the stomach, it's like all front heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's like goes up a little bit to like give me that rounded face. If it would just give me that junk in the trunk, I'd be happy.
I got the junk in the trunk now.
I have nothing. I have nothing. I have pregnant belly.
It's the booty.
I have pregnant belly.
I have pregnant belly too. It sucks. I do a lot of. I can suck it in. I can hide it. I can wear the right.
See, I can hide it when it's drag because my boobs, because I have like triple D's that are like out to here, and with the body slimmers, the bigger your boobs are in drag, because the wider your shoulders are, you have to have bigger boobs.
Mm-hmm.
Guy to look feminine, so I have triple D's, and then it flattens my stomach, and then I look like I'm 3 sizes smaller than I actually am. It's all about all the slimmers, but you're in pain.
No, I need to get. I want to get some of those corset, whatever trainers that make you look like you have the teeny tiny waist.
Oh my God, just looking at some of these drag queens with this, I have a size 28 waist. I'm like, fuck you, bitch.
Tigger is trying to get frisky over here. Tigger's been fixed since before he could do anything. So he doesn't know what to do, but he still tries, even though he fails. He's not doing anything. He's just there.
When
Sugar, it's happening right beside me. It's making me.
Sugar goes into heat, when my roommate's cat goes into heat, her other cat who's fixed likes to try to mount, but there's nothing to mount with.
Yeah, he's mounting her foot. There's nothing where he's failing. I'm like, you don't know what you're doing, so stop it.
That's okay.
Just put him off. I'm just gonna. He went. It was making me uncomfortable.
But that's kind of like my grandmother's dog. When Scrappy was fixed, he was fucking a pillow all the time.
Tigger does Winnie the Pooh.
Not Scrappy. It's Jojo. It's Joey, my aunt's dog. Sorry, they have an actual pet pig. And do you remember Grumpy the cat?
Oh yeah.
They have a stuffed animal, Grumpy the cat, and that was Joey's sex toy. Because he would hump Grumpy every night.
Yeah, Tigger has this. It's unfortunate, but it's Winnie the Pooh, and he's taken over. It's not his Winnie the Pooh. It was Xander's Winnie the Pooh, but now it's Tigger's Winnie the Pooh. Because nobody wants to touch the Winnie the Pooh anymore.
What gives whole new meaning to Tigger and Winnie's relationship? With the bouncing up in. Oh God, my brain.
Xander took a permanent marker to Winnie the Pooh. Because Winnie the Pooh's a boy. Okay? Xander he drew Winnie the Pooh a butthole for Tigger.
Oh! Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's Tigger's toy now.
Ooh. At least he has a bullseye to attack.
It totally looks like a bullseye too. I'm like, that's just terrible. Oh God. I'm drunk.
Well, on that note, we probably should wrap this up.
We're gonna end it on. Oh God. Tracy says, "LOL, this is reminding me of that Adam Sandler movie, Switch, or something like that. The dog."
Yes.
Exactly
Yes.
like that.
That movie.
Exactly like
The duck. The dog and the duck.
Oh my God.
But we've been at this for 5 hours.
We have.
I'm hungry. I have to pee.
I would give you some pizza, but we ate all the pepperoni. Some cheese pizza. Cheese pizza. I think I left like half the cookie. The rest of that I ate myself. I am. Tracy's dying. She's like, I'm not leaving till y'all leave because this is too funny.
Who needs Julie and Chelsea when you can just come to our live show and just watch us for a couple of hours?
This is why we did this live show after the Mary Bookmas live show, because we couldn't do this shit with the author on here.
Depends on the author.
Yeah. I wanted to seem much more professional.
We might be able to get Daddy Zetner in on this type of a conversation.
Yeah, as a prosecutor. He'd be like, I'm going to arrest your asses.
Like, go right ahead. Like, you can arrest me anytime and use those handcuffs and that baton on me any day, Daddy.
Oh no.
I just say that out loud. Did not realize I said that out loud. All right.
Tracy is leaving us now. We've gone too far.
Good night, Tracy.
Good night, Tracy.
Yeah, we should end this.
Yes, I need to take my makeup off and go to sleep. My drunk ass. Are you okay? You freeze there?
I just read something that my coworker had just sent about her grandmother, and I'm just like, wow.
Okay.
Apparently, she had just walked in the living room, and her grandmother was like, "Here I sit, brokenhearted. I came to shit, but only farted." And I'm like, what did I just read?
Okay.
Like, what did I just read? The hell?
Okay.
On that note, it's now really hot, and I have to go home.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this ridiculously long, ridiculously stupid, ridiculously drunk live show. If you did, give us a big thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more videos like this, click that subscribe button down below. And until next time, remember to always be completely you. Bye.
Bye, Mel. I'm going to exit out because I got to go pee. Talk to you tomorrow.